We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order,
Recording in progress.
and we will pass it to Linda. This is exciting.
Very exciting.
I'm used to looking over and seeing Clementine. Pass
Okay.
it to Linda to give instructions on how members of the public can participate in public comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In-person rules. For the safe attendance of our public meetings, masks are highly recommended for all who attend in person, regardless of vaccination status, except for those who are younger than 2 or have a medical condition that prevents wearing a mask. Please keep phones and devices in the council chamber muted to prevent audio interference. Zoom procedures. There are 2 ways to virtually participate in today's meeting. You may join using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call in the Zoom meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. An up-to-date version of the Zoom software must be used. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 pound. And if prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. We will call on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. Please stay within the time limit established for today's meeting. A countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you are connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about a 10-second delay, and on Comcast Channel 25 with up to a 90-second delay. As always, we look forward to receiving your public comments.
Thank you, Linda. And with that, we will go to public comments for things that are not on today's agenda. So if anybody would like to step up and make their 3-minute public comments, you can do so at this time.
Mayor Williamson, members of the City Council, my name is Jack Erickson. I'm representing Veterans for Peace, Monterey Chapter 46. In the 20th century, hundreds of thousands of mostly young men, including my father, came to Monterey to undergo military training at Fort Ord. Many went off to fight and some die in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Panama, and Desert Storm. VFP Chapter 46 will honor those men who fought in the wars on May 8th, the anniversary of VE Day in Europe in 1945. World War II was the deadliest war in history. 70 to 85 million people died. There was a huge hope that peace would last after World War II. The United Nations established in 1945. The Soviet Union exploded its first atomic weapon in 1949. The Chinese Communist Party won a civil war in 1949 and established the largest communist country in the world. North Korea, supported by China and the Soviet Union, invaded South Korea in June 1950. An armistice was signed in 1954, but never a peace treaty. A new war had started, a Cold War. Today, we are living in very dangerous times. There's a brutal war going on in Ukraine. An estimated 200,000 Russian troops have died or been wounded, and 180,000 Ukrainians, many innocent civilians whose homes, schools, hospitals have been bombed. President Putin is suspending participation in nuclear forearm treaty with the United States. He's made threatening comments about nuclear weapons and attacks the United States and NATO for arming Ukraine. President Biden was in Kyiv yesterday and pledged continued support for Ukraine. The one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine is 3 days away. We are experiencing the first major land war in Europe since World War II. Political relations between the U.S. and China, the two largest economies in the world, are very tense because of surveillance balloons shot down by American fighter jets. North Korea recently held a military parade in Pyongyang with the latest assembly of intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, that could launch atomic weapons in the United States, including the Pacific states. Iran is supplying Russia with militarized drones to kill Ukrainian civilians. VFP is a member of the Monterey Peace and Justice Center in Seaside, the home of local peace and social justice organizations. You may know some of their members. We're asking the Monterey City Council to declare our city a community of peace. We will sponsor an event on May 8th in Monterey and invite a well-known speaker to address our community on the anniversary of VE Day. We will coordinate our events with Central Coast communities, the peace community, veterans organizations, and the media. We hope the Monterey City Council will attend this event. I'm joined by other members of Veterans for Peace, Chapter 46. Thank you. It will be May 8th. That's the anniversary of VE Day. We have not chosen a location. We have a number of things we're going to coordinate. We may hold it right here in front of Colton Hall. And we will keep the city council informed at all steps along the way. This is the first step, is to have Monterey declared a community of peace.
Appreciate what you all do, especially on a day like today when Russia is pulling out of nuclear pacts. So thank you for coming to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak during public comments for things that are not on today's agenda? All right, with that, we will go online. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
We do, and first person joining us on Zoom is Ana Acosta. Ana, you may speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Williamson, City Council members and public. My name is Ana Acosta, and I am the Food Environment Lead for the Blue Zones Project, Monterey County. And I just wanted to share some exciting news with you all. So this month we celebrated La Casa del Sazon, located on Tyler Street, for becoming a Blue Zones Project approved restaurant here in Monterey. This is our second approval in Monterey, and that makes a total of 3. And currently overall in Monterey County, we have a total of 39 Blue Zones Project approved restaurants. So it's really exciting. We're growing. So if you guys ever go, you're invited to go check out La Casa del Sazon. On their menu, you'll find a Blue Zones inspired section. And on that section, you're gonna find some yummy, healthy options that are also plant-based. So please check it out. And also just an extra thank you to Councilmember Garcia and his wife for coming out that day of the celebration. We appreciate your support. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there are no other comments from those online.
Okay, perfect. And then next we'll go to consent. There's, as of yet, no items known to be pulled. Anybody on the council wish to pull anything on the consent agenda? No. Okay. Anybody in the public wish to pull an item on the consent? Okay. Let's take it out to the public for comments for items on the consent agenda. Any public comment in the chamber? How about online?
How about online?
Do we have any public comment?
We do not have public comment online.
All right, perfect. We'll bring it back to the council.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Perfect. Moved and seconded. And let's do roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. Next, we'll go to public hearing. Item number 4 is MCTID protest hearing. And I will pass it to Hans for a quick introduction by staff.
Yeah, without further ado, you've heard about it a couple of times. The process has been completed, and Nat will present to you a few slides about this and give a chance also for some last remaining questions.
Thank you, City Manager. Members of the City Council, This evening, the staff recommendation to you will be to declare results of the majority protest proceedings and renew the Monterey County Tourism Improvement District. As some of you may recall, on December 20th, the City Council took 3 actions, adopted 3 resolutions. One was to declare the city's intent to renew the MCTID and levy the assessment on lodging businesses. The second was to request consent from the county and participating cities to renew the MCTID. And the third was to adopt procedural guidelines. At its meeting on January 17th, the City Council received public testimony and comments regarding the TID renewal. As a very brief recap, the MCTID was first launched in 2006 and is a benefit assessment district that provides an assessment on lodging properties based on the room night stays as well as the type of property that the lodging property is, whether they're a limited service, full service, or a luxury type of property. The anticipated revenue district-wide is expected to be $8.86 million in year 1. And the funds from this district would help support marketing and sales efforts for lodging properties throughout the district. The City of Monterey is the lead agency for the MCTID, and there is no cost to the city. Tonight, again, this is the final public hearing and adoption of the resolution of the formation to modify the TID. Also, next steps, on April 4th, the council will hear a proposal to or hold a public hearing to modify or end the current TID so that the new district can begin on July 1st for a 10-year term. So at this time, we would like to ask us to declare the results of the majority protest and conduct a protest vote count. So Linda will go and check the ballot box outside to see if there are any protest votes. I have the ballot box here and we'll open it up and see how many protest ballots we've received.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll. We have 1 letter in the ballot box.
There's nothing.
Nothing outside. So this is a protest vote from Borg's Oceanfront Motel in Pacific Grove. And let me open up the letter just to confirm.
Got the audible sound in the mic too. That's perfect.
Yep. More sound effect for you all. Okay, this is General Manager and co-owner of Borg's Motel on behalf of owners writing to protest the proposed increase in the MCTID assessment. This comes from Paul Grech of the Borg's Oceanfront Motel in Pacific Grove. This is the 1 protest vote we've received district-wide, and the results show that there is not enough majority protest, and therefore the MCTID can move forward. I believe that is it. So as many of you know, in the terms of the protest requirements, there are not enough written protests, and now we can open up for oral protest as well and see if any members of the public would like to protest either online or here at the City Council chambers.
Perfect. So why don't we open up the public comments for those that wish to protest? Anybody in the chambers? All right, let's.
I'd like to get a recount.
How about online?
No hands raised online.
All righty. And with that, I think we will bring it back to the council for questions. Is that fair, Nat?
Yes.
Okay, any questions from the council? All right, let's take it out to the public for any public comment.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to step up and say my name. First of all, my name is Rob O'Keefe. I'm the president and CEO of the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. And while we were swinging for perfection, a protest needs to be acknowledged. And I wanted to say in this process, I don't think have ever seen this level of collaboration and unity. Overall, the vote weight for the county, which needs to exceed 50%. The last time we did this in 2018, it was 52%. This time it's over 68%. And we've been beating the drum of unity and collaboration, and it's been heard around the county. There's a lot of tourism is not a complicated thing, but it's got a lot of moving parts. TIDs have lots and lots of moving parts, as I've learned leading this process for the last 20 months. So where we're going, and I know this is an important part tonight, and there'll be several additional steps, but where we're going is to a new future for tourism and our tourism economy. And I'm very excited to take this next step, even though we've got a few more to go. And I'm looking forward to discussing with each of you when we have time where that path leads. We've published some things that demonstrate that, but there's more conversation to be had. And last, I just want to thank Nat and Hans and the city staff who've been tremendously helpful throughout this entire process. I couldn't ask for a better partner in pushing this forward. So thank you all. Thank you, team, and have a good evening.
Thanks, Rob, for your leadership on this. Anybody else in the chambers? All right, how about online?
No hands raised online, Mr. Mayor.
And I'll pass back to the city manager.
I just want to say thank you for the kudos, but it involved also our city attorney's office. That was extremely helpful for all of that. So Rob certainly wanted to mention that.
It takes a village for sure. All righty, we'll bring it to the council for debate, deliberation, and we'll pass it to Ed.
So no debate in this corner. I want to just say that I serve this council on the Convention Visitors Bureau. And good job, Rob. I know this has been a long process, and this probably in a conversation started prior to COVID, which seems like a very long time ago. And so dialogue among the board members, those in hospitality, to find a way to place the competitiveness of this region with our competitors of like Napa or Sacramento, or, you know, name the place, but we really want people to choose Monterey for their conferences. But this TID process involved a lot of discussions among the property owners, the board members. So I don't want to, you know, just say, Rob, you did a great job. But this was a lot of work, a lot of lifting by all players, and much appreciated to our executive director of the Convention Visitors Bureau. And Chrissy, with her legal advice, is masterful. And I know that this had to go to every city council in the county. And so that is a major lift of coordination of dates to have open sessions and for everybody to understand it. So I just wanted to say that this is a big deal for the region, and much appreciated all the work, and especially Rob, you got it done. Thank you. Very good.
Thanks, Ed. Anybody else on the council? Is there a motion? Motion, okay. But
And to clarify, a motion would be to declare the results of the protest vote as one protest vote and renew the MCTID.
like your motion, okay, so that's motioned by Councilmember Barber and seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Smith. Any other discussion? All right, with that, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. All right, thank you for that one. Next, we'll go to the public appearance item, number 5, COVID emergency termination. And so we're coming to an end here of the governor's order, as I understand it. And so at the end of this month, we will no longer be under the governor's order, and that creates a little bit of a transition for us. And we did ask staff to create a space for the council to make a decision in regards to what opportunities look like in regards to mask wearing in the chambers moving forward. So I'll pass it to city manager for additional comments here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We started this whole COVID adventure sometime in March, I think March 14th. March 13th, the city manager declared a local emergency, and then the council ratified this on March 17th. And today is really the point where we feel we can terminate the local emergency and close down certain things that we have done over the past 2-3 years almost. So with that, Nat put a 28-slide presentation that walks you through every month we have had the COVID emergency. No, it will be a shorter presentation, but it will still highlight some of the things because it's interesting what we did at the time, and it's a walk back down memory lane a little bit, but also it shows you where we were and where we are going now.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you, Hans. And truly outstanding leadership from the city council, as Hans mentioned, and our staff through this process. So tonight we'll be asking you, there's 3 pieces to the recommendation. The first is to terminate the local emergency and related COVID-19 resolutions and ordinances starting February 28th, 2023. We'll talk a little bit about that. The number 2 is to provide direction on the use of masks in city council chambers. We have a staff recommendation there. And then 3rd is to extend the existing temporary outdoor business permits and outdoor heaters on the wharves until December 31st, 2023. So a little bit of background and history on the local COVID-19 emergency. As Hans mentioned, he proclaimed a local emergency on March 13th, and City Council ratified the emergency on March 17th of 2020. The City Council was one of, if not the first, public agencies in the region to allocate over $25,000, I recall, of general fund dollars to battle COVID-19 in those early days. And we were one of the first to launch emergency operations center that ensured that we did our best to, as a government agency, to protect the public. As some of you see as well in this photo, we were a top story on KSBW, leading all public agencies during those first couple of weeks, implemented mask and face covering policies, and counted a total of 17 resolutions and ordinances that ratified city manager orders essentially between March 17th of 2020 and August 17th of 2021. There have been 396 unique email blasts as well that have been sent out thanks to Lori Balga, our PIO, since those early days in March. Many of you may recall we worked closely with the California Department of Emergency Services, Cal OES, to bring out during those days when we didn't know what COVID was all about and still learning through the science behind COVID, these hand washing stations and restrooms that got shipped in from Sacramento at El Estero Park, as you see there, as well as hand washing stations that were placed elsewhere along the rec trail and at Semino Plaza. There were also beach closures and beach restrictions at the time when we wanted to avoid group activity and group sports, and a concern, especially during July 4th weekend, of thousands of visitors coming to Monterey before vaccines were available. Speaking of vaccines, the Monterey Fire Department, we were and still is the only fire department or city agency in the county that provided vaccines directly to members of the public. 114 clinics offered and over 8,000 vaccine doses administered by the fire department. The CDC, as you may know now, 81.3% of Monterey County residents over 5 years of age have completed the primary series of the vaccine, which is quite a high number. But many thanks to the fire department for leading those clinics throughout the city and in other communities in Monterey County as well. Early on, there were 500 hearts placed at Friendly Plaza on one of the trees there, where we encourage members of the public to write their message about their loved ones. We had over 2,600 calls as part of what we called Operation Outreach, direct outreach to seniors in the community who were sheltering in place during the months of March, April, and May of 2020. And trees were planted at the 1-year mark, so March 2021. at Shoreline Park, and that stands today as a memorial to those who've passed as a result of COVID-19. There was $800,000 in emergency rental assistance provided to Monterey residents, and then $1 million in local economic stimulus plan funding to 86 businesses serving the city of Monterey. And then our Parks and Recreation Department provided produce to over 25,000 people during 2020 in partnership with the food bank. Many of those produce distributions were daily produce distributions at El Estero Park Center. The recommendation today is to terminate the local emergency. We all know COVID-19 is still contagious. Many of us are still wearing masks, but we also know that COVID-19 vaccines are safe and they do reduce COVID-19 mortality, and vaccines are available in Monterey County. On October 17th of last year, Governor Newsom stated that he would end the COVID-19 state of emergency on February 28th, 2023. And the recommendation before you today is to end the local state of emergency to coincide with the governor's order. And as we talk about the mask policy for city council chambers, we do have since July 2020, council has adopted the California Department of Public Health face covering guidelines. There were all virtual meetings between April 7th and June of 2020 and June 1st of 2021. And then we transitioned to hybrid meetings with face coverings required from June 15th of 2021 through until September 2022, when the CDPH guidance made mask coverings optional. And so that comes to our recommendation, which is that face coverings are strongly recommended, not required, but strongly recommended in council chambers when the CDC's Monterey County community rate is either medium or high. And we remind folks can always choose to wear masks if they wish. This recommendation coincides with the CDC as well as coincides with CDPH guidelines as well. And then on the outdoor seating front, as some of you may recall, council chose to ratify the city manager's order to allow temporary outdoor business permits back in 2020. And on March 31st, 2023, the authorization to conduct business on sidewalks, parking lots, and having outdoor heaters on wharves end. So what staff is recommending here is to extend those policies until December 31st, 2023 to coincide rather with the Coastal Commission permit review. That will allow members of the public to dine outside, or for restaurants on the wharves, for example, to have outdoor seating. Since that is also allowed by Coastal Commission, it would extend that to December 31st. We also want to note too, businesses will still need to comply with the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District rules and regulations when it comes to number of seats allowed indoor and outdoor. This doesn't exempt any type of water district requirements, but does still allow or would still allow outdoor heaters and outdoor dining on the wharves if they comply with the Coastal Commission and the Water District. So again, a recap for council to consider this afternoon. 1, terminate the local emergency. 2, we have a staff recommendation for you on the use of masks in chambers. And then the third is to extend outdoor heater and outdoor business permits on the wharves through December 31st of this year.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation. And I would just say it was helpful, I think, to see all the things that were accomplished in the city during and throughout the pandemic. Feels like it was a while ago, and but a lot was done, and you know, the city responded quickly, and I appreciated staff for leading us through that effort. Are there any questions on the council?
So there was mention of the date aligning with Coastal Commission in terms of the expiration date aligning with Coastal Commission. Can you talk a little bit more about that relationship? What What is that connection?
Yeah, the businesses on wharf number one are required to apply for an outdoor permit, outdoor seating permit with the Coastal Commission. And that is part of our resolution today to basically still allow outdoor seating, including the outdoor heaters on wharf number one, to allow them to continue to operate as they operate today. But the obligation still is for the businesses to find a solution together with the city in front of the Coastal Commission that will allow them to use outdoor space as outdoor seating. And so that has to be done by December 31st. Last year, the city council asked the Coastal Commission to extend the outdoor seating, and the Coastal Commission ultimately agreed to that, even though indicating us in June, July that they want to stop that. But they gave in to our arguments and said, but by the end of this year, outdoor seating on the wharf has to be approved per a coastal development permit. And that's what one business has, that's Alba, and all the other businesses that have operated outdoor seating have to apply for a permit as well by that time, and that can be costly, and that can also be denied in the end. So we think it's something we will support the businesses because outdoor seating just makes sense, but the Coastal Commission has concerns about view sheds and other concerns that we have to address between now and December 31st.
Okay, thank you. I just I think that last bit is really what I was going for, because I think I mean as a customer, I really appreciate having outdoor seating, and I think that's something that a lot of customers appreciate, especially coming to this area. So thank you for clarifying.
If I could just add on that note, I think that there's opportunity for follow-up with the Coastal Commission, because the whole reason why they've extended it is that applications submitted weren't reviewed in time, and then they would have had to remove their outdoor seating while they were pending approval or a denial of their application. And so the hope is that they take this time to review those applications so that there's a good transition if it is approved.
Yeah, Nat, could we get the last slide up there? Because I think that clarifies what staff is asking us to do today. I'm in full agreement. Good questions. I think that the first area of here is the emergency related COVID-19 resolutions, and I'm in full agreement that ready to craft something that's different. The third bullet point, as we've talked about, is extending the existing temporary outdoor business permits. I'm in support of that so that it aligns, because you never want to have businesses have multi-layered rules that don't seem to align. And this is an opportunity to say, okay, we're talking about December 31st for everything, and they'll all make their applications if they desire to make that investment. And so I think December 31st is a reasonable target for bullet point 3. I think number 2, you're asking for some guidelines in terms of how we think we should move forward for a planning commission, city council meetings, appeals board, ARC, and all the other boards that occupy city property. So I think that I'm in a place where the personal option is always there. I think that our current level and condition of COVID offers us an opportunity to say it's no longer required. However, the opening is always there that we go back to it if we have Monterey County Health Department and CDC through their guidance that all of a sudden says we're in an alert stage again, and then we have the opportunity to go back up and required if we need to. But I'm ready to remove the requirement of everyone shall and go to it's encouraged, it's your choice. If you want to do that, that's fine to continue doing that on your own, but to remove the requirement of a shall.
And could I ask Chrissy for clarification in regards to what that current policy is and what our limitations are moving forward? I know it was discussed during the presentation, but if we could maybe reiterate that just to clarify.
Right, so the current resolution in effect that's going to terminate with the emergency follows the CDC guidance. The CDC guidance right now just recommends but does not mandate masking, and that's been the case since September of 2022. And so that's been the city's official policy. And if the council wishes to consider alternative approaches to require masks, I'd ask that we'd come back, we'd need to adopt a ordinance, make it a more permanent thing and have findings for health reasons of why that would be required as opposed to following the CDC or CDPH guidance.
Which might be a challenge that has a lot of standing on it since we don't have a health department. If I understand that correctly?
The city of Monterey does not have a health department. There's very few cities that do, but some cities do have their own health department. Our health officer is the county health official. And so generally speaking, we follow what they say unless if there's specific things here, specific conditions in our city that aren't addressed under state or county law. For example, crowded conditions on the wharf, we adopted a specific presumption that it was really impossible to stay 6 feet away from one person or another during busy tourist months on the wharf. And, the other regulations didn't address that. So we specifically said that there's a presumption that cannot be achieved. And so in time periods of high transmission that masks are required in those locations.
Okay.
So that's an example.
Oh, thank you. That helps.
Uh-huh.
I think that really helps. Any other questions from the council at this time before we take it out to the public?
Not a question.
Do you want to, you can go now if you'd like, but we'll come back to the council.
On it.
Okay, let's go out to the public. Is there anybody in the chamber that wishes to speak on this item? Okay, let's take it to online.
No comments online.
Okay, perfect. And I'll pass it back to you, Councilmember Barber.
One quick. So really, just really simple on number 2. I totally agree with taking off the requirement to be in line with CDC and with the county. But I like the recommendation from the staff about the strongly recommended because then, there are still people being not only hospitalized, but some people are not being hospitalized, but they're still getting sick. I was just at an event and it was an indoor event, and all of a sudden there was a whole lot of people that were sick afterwards because it was an indoor event and a lot of people didn't have masks. So I think a lot of times we know that we're not quite out of this, even though it's down, but it's not gone. So I think we just have to be cognitive of that. So I like the staff's recommendation for the wording of that.
Okay. Anybody else? I'll just say I also appreciate the staff recommendation. I think it kind of gets to what I was saying when I was asking this to be agendized. So I think it strikes the right balance in regards to how we're moving forward and understanding our constraints. So opening it up to any additional comments or a motion.
So I'm ready to make a motion, but I want to make sure I get it right because we have multi-layered motion here. So is it fair to say we're in agreement and we accept and the motion is to accept the recommendation of the city council? However, the recommendation doesn't quite read like the whole staff report. So I want to make sure that I'm covering everything. So if I make a motion that says I make the motion to accept the recommendation of staff, does that say enough to you that includes that the educational piece should still continue to say recommended but not required? Do we have that specific enough?
I think that's specific enough. Well, I maybe defer to city attorney, but I believe the staff recommendation is to recommend, highly recommend when we are in medium and high transmission rates. So, and we will continue to encourage mask wearing. To answer your question, yes, that's sufficient.
I
believe so.
love yeses.
Yes.
I mean, that's green light for me.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure that we were doing what we needed to do in a very complex recommendation. So I'll make the motion that we act on the city's recommendation and with the information and input from the city council members to continue to encourage, however, removing the requirement of mask wearing, as well as remove the temporary outdoor business permits and extend that to December 31st.
Perfect. Motion by Councilmember Smith. Is there a second?
I can go ahead and second, but before I do that, is there opportunity for just one
Absolutely.
last idea that just occurred to me? I wonder if this is also the time where we can talk about how this impacts the public who logs in virtually? Or is that a separate conversation? Because, I mean, I don't see any verbiage relating to that.
Yeah, we plan to continue to allow virtual participation and have hybrid meetings so that members of the public can call in on Zoom, by telephone, on the toll-free line through Zoom, or participate in person. There will be, we have no plans to change that.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's what I support. So,
Yeah, and I just wanted to call out before COVID, that was occurring. And so for our staff, it seemed like when we went into the COVID environment, we were probably a city that was able to technologically handle that adaptation because we were already doing that with our calls. And so it didn't seem like it was that difficult as it was in some of the other boards that I serve on, because they were not doing that. So I think we're kind of old pros at this. I know you made it look very simple, but I know it was a challenge sometimes for staff, but you made it very, very accessible for the public.
I'll second the motion.
Perfect. Any other discussion?
Yeah,
Councilmember
I'll
Hava.
just say that the hybrid option for the public, I think, is important. It gives folks who may be vulnerable that other option to be able to participate, or folks who are sick. And so I think I'm really pleased we're continuing that.
Anything else? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Huffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
And that's a yes for me. And then we will be going to public appearance item number 6, which is the mayor's letter to the CPUC. And I've been assigned to give this presentation. So for context here, we have the Pure Water Monterey project that's came online a few years back now and has been producing actually more water than planned. And when early on, when I got on to the Monterey One Water Board representing the city of Monterey, there was an effort to look at expanding the Pure Water Monterey project, which would add an additional 2,250 acre feet of water to our region. We negotiated a water purchase agreement with Cal-Am, which is our water purveyor, and it had to go to the CPUC because Cal-Am is the water purveyor. That was approved by the CPUC. Monterey, the water purchase agreement is an agreement between Monterey One Water, Cal-Am, and the Water Management District. Both the Water Management District and Monterey One have signed on to the water purchase agreement, but Cal-Am hasn't, because they are claiming that they are not getting the appropriate cost recovery for the project. The letter is requesting that the CPUC compel Cal-Am to sign the water purchase agreement, which is the last step in the process before M1W can release the bid and start construction on the expansion, which has a high likelihood of allowing us to get the cease and desist order removed and providing us additional water supply so that we can continue doing construction in the area. So that's the essence of it. It's asking the CPUC to compel Cal-Am to sign the water purchase agreement so that we can move forward with this project. Are there any questions by my colleagues?
Yes. But I think
Councilman Fitz.
I think I'd like to hear from the public first,
Perfect.
because I think we might pick up more the depth and breadth of the issue.
Absolutely. Any questions at this time from the council? All right, let's take it out to the public. Anybody in the public wish to comment on this item?
Hi there, Mayor, Council. Thanks for having me. My name is Josh Stratton. I'm the Manager of External Affairs for California American Water. And I just want to come and answer any questions you might have or provide a little feedback on this. First, as a responsible public utility, we encourage any new water source, and we have and continue to support pure water Monterey expansion. As a testament to that, we fronted some money initially and some for the permitting phase, for the environmental impact report. We fronted money at that point. We've invested in this since day one, and we wholeheartedly support the project. And that's something that I think has been lost in the narrative, that we want it. I mean, why would we not want more water? The CPUC decision sort of hinders us for about $20 million worth of infrastructure capital improvements that we have made for pumps, piping, infrastructure to convey the water for the expansion project. And part of the reason for that, without getting into too much detail, is basically there's some semantic discrepancies in the decision. So, for example, we had existing infrastructure that we've had to change and modify to transport this new water, and there's a nomenclature change involved in that. And so when this went to the CPUC, they said, well, no, actually, that you're not going to get reimbursed for these projects because it's capital improvements, because it's not part of this expansion project, if that makes sense. And so what we want to do is we want to go back and clarify to the CPUC these small errors that were made and get our just compensation for that infrastructure. So what I'd like to ask is if your letter could be modified, because we're actively engaging in conversation with as many people who will listen to get a rehearing as quickly as possible. So what I hope is that you could change the tone of your letter to say, please do a rapid rehearing of the CPUC, because we want that. We want to go back to CPUC right away and get this rehearing and get a decision made one way or another, just to have an opportunity to explain ourselves. We support the 2,200 acre feet that could possibly be derived from that, and to compel CalAmp to sign a water purchase agreement worth upwards of about $500 million. I don't think it's going to be possible. I think the better tactic would be to get this municipality and others agencies to support getting back to CPUC right away, which is what we'd like to do. If there's any questions you can have, hopefully I can clarify anything.
I think we'll just keep it to the comments for now, just to be consistent and fair.
Yeah, good.
Thanks. Thank you. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Okay, let's take it to online.
We do have some hands raised, and encourage folks to, not required, but to state their first and last name. And the first person we'll take is Jennifer.
Hello, this is Jennifer Haydu. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. I'd like to make a comment on this. I've been following this issue very closely for the last several years, and I would greatly encourage the council to send this letter, because the city of Monterey residents, and indeed the whole peninsula, is very, very keenly aware of how much we need to expand our options in terms of water use and water sources. However, we have a for-profit company, CalAmp, who is obstructing that process on many levels, particularly with this. CalAmp has been shown that they're not acting with integrity, nor are they being an honest broker on this issue. First, they dragged their feet about partnering with Monterey One Water for the recycled water. And they originally said, well, we can't go forward with it because we don't have a water purchase agreement. Then they got the water purchase agreement, and now they're saying that they won't sign it because they're not being reimbursed for enough of their infrastructure costs that should have been kept up with for the last 25 years. It's another issue, but it's very relevant to this. I went to the Coastal Commission meeting where they brought their desal project forward for approval. And they made a huge point when they were there of selling it based on the fact that they had this three-legged stool and that recycled water was a critical piece of their three-legged stool. Once they got the desal project approved by the Coastal Commission, now they don't want to sign this water purchase agreement. It's very interesting, the chronology of those events. Once they got it pushed through the Coastal Commission, then they said, oh, well, we don't want to sign that water purchase agreement. So to many people, it appears that they're not negotiating in good faith, that what their real goal is to get their desal project moved forward, and they will drag their feet and obstruct in every way possible moving forward with the recycled water project because they want to put infrastructure energy into a project that will ultimately make them the owners of the infrastructure for water. This is the problem that you run into when you have something as critical as water being negotiated by a for-profit company. And this is why we need government to regulate and step in and speak for the people and do their job. So we really appreciate you acting on behalf of the citizens of Monterey, at least in the city of Monterey, to help push this process along, because the issue is just too great for us to sit back. And I really appreciate you taking the time to send this letter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Melody Crislock, and Melody, please feel free to speak.
Melody Crislock, Public Water Now. I'd like to fill you in on a little more information that Mr. Stratton may not be aware of. Since Public Water Now is a party to this, I have kept very close track and had many conversations with the Office of Ratepayers Advocates at the CPUC. So what is likely to happen here and what's going on? The CPUC rarely grants a rehearing on something like this. KLM is asking for this, but they are asking for something that the CPUC cannot grant because they're not asking for $20 million. What they are asking for is $20 million plus X. And no one knows what X would be. So they're literally asking the CPUC for a blank check for $20 million plus. So this is not going to happen. And there is suspicion that the reason they have done this is because they know the CPUC will not grant this. And therefore, then they can end up blaming the CPUC for delaying this. These are some pretty devious tactics going on here. There's also a complete omission in their statement. They originally asked for $81 million for infrastructure costs for the expansion, which is only a $70 million project to begin with. And the CPUC came back and said, no, that's too much. How about 40 million? That's about right. Then they negotiated down, they got another 20 million. So they're now up to $61.5 million that they are authorized to collect for pipes and wells and infrastructure costs for the expansion. Now what they are saying is that's not enough. We want the whole 81 million plus. It won't fly. There's just no way. And so the only real recourse we have is to ask the CP to compel them to sign. Whether that will work or not, we don't know, but it's worth a try. And I would hope that you would send this letter. There are right now over 185 public comments on the CPUC's website from just the general population asking the CPUC to compel KLM to sign this. And we need our leaders to step forward along with our citizens. This is a pretty outrageous thing for KLM to do, to hold a community's water supply hostage for more profit. And this extra 21 million plus dollars is pretty much for desal infrastructure. That's widely known. Thank you very much. I hope you'll send a letter.
Okay, and that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, and we'll bring it back to the council. think Councilmember Smith was ready to go.
Yeah, this one to me looks like, we're jumping the gun a little bit. There's a lot to be said about water, so I don't want to go through it all. Everybody kind of knows that you're kind of current and up to speed. But we don't know all of the proposed contract details and agreement language. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the weighing in of what the details are between the three parties. It really falls under the California Public Utilities Commission. And in the current environment, thinking about the Coastal Commission action that was by a vote of 8-2 to put CalAm on a timeline of 5 years to comply with 20 detailed mitigation efforts. So I'm not tracking that. I'm not a water expert, and I'm certainly not a person that can read contracts and agreements between three parties to figure out. But it just seems like, yes, there is a fight. Yes, we would benefit as a region, but I don't think this council should be getting involved at this level. Tyler, you represent the council at Monterey One Water, and you're probably in a position to maybe know many more details than we do. But it almost seems like we have a board that oversees the activities, operations, and the negotiations of that process with the parties. And that's where it should remain. And as you've indicated, it was a unanimous vote of that body, that board. And then it seems like now the next step is the California Public Utilities Commission is next the judge, the jury, and the arbitrator to figure this out. So there is a process there. And we haven't even heard from Monterey, when it's a regional water, and they're a party in this. So it's kind of like me showing up on the 7th day of a jury trial where we've got parties who are testifying in front of a jury, and I would be asked to weigh in an opinion. But it's not a valid opinion because I haven't been involved in the negotiations to see all of the different moving parts. But it sort of feels like it's a conflict for you, Mayor, to serve on the board of Water One, and at the same time, you're here voting for something additional that's going to benefit that board. So I just want to say that I think we should be trying to sort out what our position would be without the details. And without the details, I would be in no position to support this. This action just raises a lot of questions in the bounds outside of what our responsibilities are as council members. There's a lot of action going on with water. And at the end of the day, if this prevailed, we announce this, it's in the paper. We tell CalAm that this is the way we feel. CalAm at the end of the day can say, okay, thanks for your opinion, but thanks, but no thanks. We're going to the CUPC. So it just seems like that's where this dispute belongs, rather than at the city council. I hope that they get there. I hope that there is an ultimate agreement that works for all three of the parties. But I just don't think that the governance from the city council should be involved in three different parties that have a dispute when there's already a legal arbiter, the California Coastal or the California Utilities Commission, that really is the one that should be weighing the merits of where this should fall. And I think we should stay out of it.
Okay. Councilmember Barber.
So I understand about this being a long and complex, challenging fight. And that we have set arbitrators and legal counsels and associations and experts that are in this. And I don't claim to be an expert. But what I do know is that as elected officials and looking at our value drivers for the city to improve the quality of life of all of our community members strikes me as me having a responsibility to speak on this. And so I think it's very important that we represent and protect our members, because water connects to housing, which is connecting to homelessness. And so I think if we look at our value drivers as improving the quality of life of all of our community members, then we owe it to our community members to step up. Whether they take it or not, whether they go there or not, at least we're doing our due diligence. That's where I stand.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Yeah, I really appreciate Councilmember Barber bringing up our value drivers. And so I think that squarely clarifies that I think this is within kind of the purview of the city council's mission and goals, and our commitment to our community to ensure that we have affordable water. So to me, this is something that we have an interest in. Our community has an interest in making sure that we have adequate water, and making sure that the water we have is something people can afford. So this recycled water is more affordable than some of the other sources of water that CalAM's pursuing. That means ultimately lower rates for people in our city. As far as the representative for CalAM, I appreciate you being here, but I think you've had adequate time, and I don't want to see this continually deferred. It takes a long time to build these projects. Meanwhile, we don't have the water we need. Meanwhile, we're under threat from the state. So I think that it's really incumbent on you to move forward with this and to stop delaying. So as far as your costs, I am not in a position to understand all of your costs or what is or isn't a permissible cost to seek reimbursement from. That's something you need to pursue with the California Public Utilities Commission. My concern is making sure that our community and our residents have water and that it's affordable water. So I would support the motion.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. So the way I see this letter is that it's not, mingling into any of the procedural items or anything like that. I mean, I think what it is basically saying that we support the efforts to keep pushing CalAM, and that's what we're hearing from our constituents. And that's it. Regardless of in which direction any of this goes, we're making that statement that we hear our residents and we want to relay that message as loud as we can. And I agree with Councilmember Hoffa here in terms of Representative CalAM coming in. I appreciate you being here. You've had time, and what I'd like to see is, and what I'd like to hear from CalAM is a solution, and not just another instance of saying we want more money. That's what it comes down to. Thank you.
So Councilmember Smith, I just respectfully disagree with you in regards to a conflict with my role on Monterey 1 and me being a council member in the city of Monterey, because my interests on Monterey 1 are the interests of the city of Monterey. I represent the city of Monterey on that agency. And so I think, this is the first time that I've brought something forward to the council because of the role that I have on M1W, because I think it's that important. And I also appreciate Councilmember Barber bringing up the value drivers because we're representing our constituents. We're representing folks that live in the city of Monterey. And for decades now, we've done nothing but kick the can down the road. And for a big portion of that time, Cal-Am has been at the helm and we haven't really gotten anywhere further. And my concern is that we're getting to a position where, you know, Cal-Am's not going to potentially like what they're going to hear, whether it's not a full reimbursement of what they think is appropriate for the cost recovery and they're disagreeing with the CPUC on that, or the denial of even a rehearing in the first place. And then that can compel Cal-Am to seek litigation. And now we're kicking the can down the road even further. We need to stop kicking the can down the road. We need to find opportunities to move the ball forward. And this is it. And in no way am I saying that Cal-Am can't seek opportunities for cost recovery, but sign the water purchase agreement. And there's opportunities to seek additional cost recovery later. We're seeing the cost of the project increase as time goes on. And the longer that we take to get this project going, the more expensive it's going to be for our ratepayers. And I appreciate the work that M1W has done surrounding this project. In fact, we've provided almost or around $40 million, which is half the cost, over half the cost of this project in grants. We're not even paying for it. Cal-Am hasn't done much work in regards to us seeking that. It's the leadership on the public agency side that's trying to find solutions towards getting this done and helping to reduce the cost to our ratepayers. I just will wrap up by saying we need to avoid kicking the can down the road. And I appreciate the support of my colleagues in trying to do this and representing our constituents, because it's not about special interests. It's about getting the much needed water and not getting in our own way of coming up with those solutions. So with that, I will entertain a motion. I'll come back to you. Okay, motion by Councilmember Barber. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Garcia. And I'll pass it back to Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, it's hard to say that I want to get involved in three other parties without having heard from really two of the parties. I mean, I know you represent, the voice from that board, but we haven't heard from the Regional Water District, and we haven't read anything. There's nothing attached to this. We don't have a draft of the letter, and I'm uncomfortable supporting the motion. Surprise. I just take a different position. I'm not saying that I wouldn't in the future, but it's hard from a legal background to stick my nose into somebody else's disagreement when it just feels like, yeah, we can advocate and we can desire and we can talk it up and we can, as you've all spoken to, represent our constituents, and we have a value driver that we crafted with a lot of compromises to get where we would have something where we would actually say we care about water. And I don't think we've ever in our relationship in the time that I've been on the council, that I've ever said that I don't want water. I want water and I don't care who delivers it. And I want it to be as low cost as it can. And I want to have recycled and I want to have a desal plant. But that doesn't get us further to the action, nor, as the staff report says, would get us off of the cease and desist. I think that's a long way down the road, because the Coastal Commission has acted, and the water resources from the state of California said in their testimony, and I went to all those hearings, said the only thing that's long-term sustainable is a desal plant. Recycled water is not sustainable. It's important, it's necessary. I hope we have it. It augments, but that three-legged stool, it's part of it coming from the river. We've reduced the take. It's the recycled water, and it's the purveyor having the opportunity to have desal plant to deliver, and the combination of that is the three-stool. or three-legged stool. So all of that is important, but I just feel like not having read the agreements, the drafts, or heard from the other two parties, nor have I seen a draft of your letter. So I can't support that because I don't know what we're agreeing to tonight.
The letter, the draft letter is a part of the agenda packet. And you know,
Sorry, I didn't see it then.
the only project that is this close to getting done is the expansion project. And so we can have a conversation around what other projects look like to support the Pure Water Monterey project. But right now we have an opportunity to get water sooner rather than later. And as you stated, with the 8 conditions or 7 conditions, whatever, 20 conditions that they have on the Coastal Commission's approval, we're anticipating that taking several years just to get through that. And part of that is getting some level of sign off from Marina Coast, the city marina, and that's not likely to happen. And so if we're going to sit around here and wait, I think let's try to move this ball forward as soon as possible. Let's get the much we needed water now on a project that's good. It's cost more affordable and more environmentally friendly. And then I think that will help us lower the temperature in the room and have a conversation as a region with Marina and with Salinas and the ag industry on how we can look at a regional project as opposed to just putting it on the backs of the ratepayers on the Monterey Peninsula. So with that, I'll pass it to Councilmember Hoppe.
Yeah, I guess, since we have our Cal-Am representative here, I would say, working cooperatively to move the expansion project forward as fast as possible would go a long way to building and rebuilding the reputation of Cal-Am in the community. There's a lot of distrust. You heard it in some of the phone calls, and I'm sure you're aware of it. And you could go a long ways towards rebuilding that by embracing this project and moving it forward instead of, at least from our point of view, from my point of view, it seems to be delaying it. And then as Mayor Williamson said, the issue of the desal is another issue, but in any case, we need this expansion project and we need it now. So I hope you heard the community.
Okay. One more quick comment. I hope this council will consider writing Marina Coast Water as also a support letter that they would support cooperating with Cal-Am so that they can get the desal project completed so we can really have the water we need to get the housing we all agree we want. And in order to do that, it has to go beyond the second phase of the expansion. We're going to need desal plant. And I hope that this council can also be called upon to write a letter collaboratively with another city and another organization that helps to support our efforts to get the sustainable water we need so that we can provide the housing we need. And that's an ask to be cooperative with the Marina Coast Water in the application that Cal-Am has made to move forward in the next 5 years. We could talk forever about the moves and the delays and the history. And I was born and raised here. I've been hearing about water and watching it for my entire life. And the discussion about a desal plant is not new. And the hurdles are not new. And the fights have been divided over growth or no growth. There's been a lot of delay based on the lack of leadership in government in this community for many, many years. So we can't blame any one particular party. It is a regional problem. We need to find solutions that are long-term and sustainable. And I'd like to see the expansion, if it works. I'd like to stay off of the Carmel Valley River, and I'd like to have desal plant so that we can produce the sustainable water that we need. I don't know that the temperature will ever be lower on it. In this room, I'm freezing, so the temperature is fine for me. But as a community, we need to not throw up hurdles for applications that go to the state to make all of the systems work. And Cal-Am has a place, the desal has a place, The recycled water has a place, and the Carmel Valley River now supplies a little bit of water. So we need to fix the whole system, and CalAm is always going to be part of that. And I hope that desal will have room in the future for that to also be accomplished, so that we truly can stop fighting about water and we can actually have systems that all come together and work for the right amount of water for the demands that we have. So I'm interested in all of them working.
An ongoing conversation for sure. You're good? Okay. Are you sure? Okay. Okay, perfect. So we have a motion on the table. It's been seconded. Good discussion. And again, sir, this is a great opportunity for us to continue it. I know that there's a desire to do that, and we'll have opportunities to do that at upcoming council meetings. So with that, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. All right, thank you for that discussion. Next, we will go to public comments for items on the closed session agenda. Anybody in the chambers wish to speak on the closed session agenda items? All right, do we have anybody online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, with that, we will go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thanks, everybody, for being here. And we are reconvening the evening session of the council meeting
Recording in progress.
with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and we will go to continued public comments for items not on the agenda. Are we repeating the instructions at this point?
Can I take this down?
Not yet, we're still, hang on, no.
For the safe attendance of our public meetings, masks are highly recommended for all who attend in person, regardless of vaccination status, except for those who are younger than 2 or who have a medical condition that prevents wearing a mask. Please keep phones and devices in the council chamber muted to prevent audio interference. Zoom procedures. There are 2 ways to virtually participate in today's meeting. You may join using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call into the Zoom meeting. To join the Zoom meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. An up-to-date version of the Zoom software must be used. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID 160772-9333 pound. And if prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. We will call on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. Please stay within the limited time limit established for today's meeting. A countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you are connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about a 10-second delay, and on Comcast Channel 25 with up to a 90-second delay. As always, we look forward to receiving your public comments.
All righty, and we will open up public comments.
Mayor, Council, my name is Nelson Vega, and I'm a property owner in Monterey. And I'm currently was in the process of doing some ADUs until I came across what they asked me to sign was a deed restriction. I came back here in October and gave you my concerns, and they did take out one item, but the deed restriction is still significant, a problem for my partners and I. And we, just so you know, we have already on the plans and on the books, one up in on Via Castaneda. We were planning 3 on David Avenue in a big apartment complex we own. One on Larkin Street. We're talking 5, 6, 7 units, and I've already got 2 of them in Seaside. This is, you know, the property is what I do. And I just wanted you to let you know that you are taking, with this deed restriction, people that needed affordable housing out of the element. I don't know how many have been approved from the city, but I would imagine if I was to stop doing the 6 or 7 that I had anticipated doing in the city, that might be as many as 8 or 9 or 10% of that. And I think you should revisit this, because some of these onerous things here that no one has ever called me back, except one time, I believe Christine Dabby called me back because I wrote a letter to her. Has a significant impact on landlords. And I caution you, because as interest rates go up, there's no invested interest in the city. Some of these units cost us $250,000. That's real dollars at today's marketplace. It's a lot of money. You're not going to see a lot of progress in this housing market with these kind of ADU requirements. So that's why I'm asking you guys to revisit this. and reach out to some of us. I know there's a couple other people that have concerned about it. And to look at this from a realistic standpoint, everything that you've asked for in this ADU is already in the municipal code. You have an enforcement arm, you have a way to deal with it, but you decided to put it and memorize it in a deed restriction that doesn't even have a subordination clause. Should I decide to refinance, that puts you in a first position, and I have to come in here hat in hand and ask you, hey, can you guys subordinate to this loan? Nothing in here addresses that. There's a lot of things in here because you aren't familiar what we do in the title work, in the business relationship with refinances and things of that nature that maybe you don't know about. But this thing is a significant impact on all property owners. I think they should consider before they sign it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Tom Raleigh, President of the Fisherman Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. I want to let you know today at 4 o'clock, your city council meeting was not on TV, Channel 25. I don't know, it was just my neighborhood or what it was, but you guys weren't on. And you made an announcement again tonight. You're on Channel 25. I'm not sure that you're really on it. So anyway, reason I'm speaking is something Councilman Hoffa brought up, I believe it's your last city council meeting, about that we need to contact the other cities to complain to PG&E. What I found out in the last couple of weeks is that not only did my refrigerator short out and burn up, we had to replace it, cost us $2,200. My neighbor across the street, his furnace blew up. Almost every neighbor I've contacted has had some major appliance short out, either when the power
TV, Channel
came
25.
back on with
I
a
don't know.
big surge. Our annual meeting, I'd like to invite the council, is April 3rd at the church at Jocelyn Canyon and Salinas Highway. I'd like to invite you. We're going to be putting out an update of our fishermen's, the Fish Wrapper newsletter, asking all the neighbors to compile and submit to me a list of whatever appliances happened and burned up. We're going to do, at least for our neighborhood, try and get a nose count and submit something. We'll submit it to, each one will have to file its own appeal to a PG&E, but something that try and show the extent of the injuries and the cost. Because, I can afford a $2,200, but there are some people that are on fixed incomes that will have a tough time paying for some of the damages that were caused by PG&E. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on items that are not on today's agenda?
Good evening, council members. My name is Jennifer Haydu. I'm a resident in Monterey, and I just wanted to bring to your attention the urgency and the emergency of affordable housing in Monterey, in the city of Monterey, but on the peninsula as a whole. And I was curious to hear the previous gentleman's remarks about his problems trying to get his ADUs built. It's a problem not just in Monterey, but across the state. And we've had a lot of legislative action on this at the state level and a lot of encouragement from the governor to really fast track and find ways to make ADUs more feasible for cities. I'm really struck by it tonight, wearing multiple layers and the warmest things I could possibly find because it's freezing outside. And I'm looking around in Monterey at all the places that are sitting empty and all the buildings that are sitting empty. And I'm thinking about all the people that are out there tonight with nowhere to go. And we have to do a better job at creating affordable housing. We're also mandated by the state to do it. It's coming down the pipe. Governor Newsom has been very clear that he's going to enforce those affordable housing, the regional housing number allocations. So I'm really curious what the council is doing in terms of our long-term plans, and if you have an update for the public about what we're doing. ADUs are one piece of it, but they're really important because not only do they create more housing, but they also integrate our communities better. Single family homes are great for people that can afford it, but many, many people cannot. And that is a way that we keep our communities segregated. When we create more ADUs, we find ways to integrate different types of communities together. We have people who can be caretakers. It helps people who have homes be able to stay in their homes because they have a means of income, and sometimes they have someone to live there and help caretake them. So I just would like to bring to your attention that there are a lot of people in the community that are still looking for housing and don't have it. And I'd really like to get an update from the city as to what we're doing to streamline and update the ordinances around ADUs. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Anybody else in the chambers? Okay, do we have anybody online?
We do, Mr. Mayor, and we invite folks to, when they speak, state their full name if they wish. And the first caller will have the last 4 digits or 3 digits, 705.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lorna Moffett. I received a notice from an organization called Farm Sanctuary. It reports how millions of chickens end up in slaughter plants. First, their necks are slit, and then, still alive, they are put in boiling vats of water to take their feathers off. The line speed demands it. Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack is the government official responsible. It is the deepest corruption this government official allows, stealing millions of dollars we taxpayers pay to make sure animals are treated humanely when they must go to their deaths. Stealing, yes, because it is his job to stop this horror immediately, but does nothing. Albert Einstein said our task is to free ourselves by embracing all living creatures and the whole of nature and its beauty. The great Pythagoras, who brought math and the pie theory to Greece 2,500 years ago, was the father of the vegan diet and also brought the concept of freedom to human beings through his philosophy. He said, diet creates the character of the soul. Human beings will never be free as long as we eat and enslave other species. And so today, it's wars and endless wars, and the cruelty to animals is simultaneous with our cruelty to ourselves. We cry freedom, but it eludes us, and our own democracy is enslaved by corporate fascism. Fascism meaning a government ruled by corporations. I ask you, government officials and the public, I hope you will contact Secretary Vilsack and tell him to start doing his job. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lorna. And the next caller here, joining us remotely for items not on today's agenda is Kurt Tipton.
Good evening. I'm Kurt Tipton. I'm the president of the Downtown Monterey Association. I hope all of you got my letter about the sea level rise. NASA just published late last year their study on sea level rise, and they're saying it's happening faster than they had predicted before. They're saying city or government entities should use worst case scenarios when looking at sea level rise. Some of the models I've looked at and studied quite a bit, it's possible that the sea level rise is actually going to come in and hit the sports center and possibly the cemetery. The city already knows from their study before that downtown is absolutely in the sea level rise area. Mr. Mayor, I put you kind of on the spot in the cities, in your state of the city address when I asked about climate change and sea level rise. And your answer was, well, they could build the buildings and put the mechanical equipment on the upper floors and have parking in the lower floors in case it floods. And I thought to myself, boy, I hope he has a lot of money in his back pocket, because how is he going to protect all of the historic buildings and homes in downtown Monterey from flooding? So I think you didn't think it all the way through, and I believe if you do think about it, we need a sea level rise plan before we go down the path of absolutely putting any new buildings in downtown until we know exactly what's going to happen with the sea level rise. Just look at the tsunami induction map that's published by Monterey County, and that kind of gives you an idea of where the sea level rise is coming. And it's not just sea level rise, it is climate change. Look at what happened to the dune by Window of the Bay. I've never seen those pilings and that brickwork exposed before. The winter storm's coming. We need to do it something, and we need a plan, and we need to get it done now. Please don't make a $1 billion mistake by allowing building downtown until we figure this out. The residents of the historic Pearl District are willing to work with you. Let's form a task force and let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Next person joining us remotely has the last three digits, 902. If you could please unmute yourself. Okay, just another reminder to unmute, please dial *6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Nina Beatty. Mr. Rowley raises a very important issue that is likely being experienced in other areas of Monterey, particularly those in wooded areas. We had significant power outages over the last month or so, and as a result of branches falling on lines, that upper lines were higher voltage lines were in contact with lower voltage lines. They were also, when power was restored, this would cause surges. When the smart meters on the homes are not connected to the ground, unlike the previous analog meters, they also have inadequate surge protection. So if you have a branch falling on a line and it hits the lower distribution line, it's going to cause high voltage to flow towards homes. And those smart meters will have a varistor in them. It's inadequate surge protection, and they will fail at a certain point. It's the voltage will then flow directly into the home, and if you're lucky, there won't be a fire. But the voltage can cause your wiring to be burned up. It can burn up appliances, and then also it can cause a house fire. This has happened repeatedly. I issued a report in 2019 on the fire and electrical hazards of smart meters and other digital meters. It's on my website, smartmeterharm.org, on the front page. And it goes through all the different problems with these smart meters, and that poor homeowners and business owners that have buildings and they have electronics that fail, appliances that fail, and they don't know why, and they think they're the only ones. They're not. We had a fire in Pacific Grove that was as a result of a surge, and a restaurant in downtown Pacific Grove that experienced this fire, and it's lucky it didn't take out the whole block of buildings. This is a serious problem, and I invite all the people in Monterey who've had appliance damage, electronics damage, maybe even fires coming out of their electrical outlets, to read the report. It's sourced from experts, including electrical engineers, and investigate whether they should opt out of smart meters and get an analog meter that are grounded, that do have adequate surge protection on their homes, and demand answers from the CPUC of why they're not taking this danger seriously. We live in a high fire hazard zone, and having smart meters on homes and buildings is a very, very dangerous thing. I have raised this issue before with the city. I invite you to download my report and pass it out to people like Candy. This is a very, very important topic that needs to be addressed. And before we have another storm with more power outages that causes surges that will also interrupt these meters. So I urge the community to take this very, very seriously. People have died in smart meter fires. Pets have been killed in smart meter fires. This is very serious. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. That concludes continued public comments. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Nat. All right, next we'll go to announcements from closed session, please.
Okay, we do have a few announcements from closed session on agenda item number 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.1, subsection D, subsection 1, Felix Colello versus City of Monterey. On a unanimous roll call vote, the council gave confidential direction to its legal counsel. On item number 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.1, subsection D, subsection 1, Edward Olson versus City of Monterey. On a 4-0-1 with Councilmember Smith abstaining roll call vote, the council gave confidential direction to its legal counsel. And on item number 3, conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D2E3, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, USAA, ASO David Connell, government claim dated November 14th, 2022. On a unanimous roll call vote, the council gave confidential direction to its legal counsel. That concludes the report out from closed session.
Thanks, Nat. All right, and with that, we will move on to agenda item number 7, progress report for Monterey 2031 general plan update. I would argue that this is probably the most important issue that the city is going to be taking on this year, with the implementation of our housing element that's due to be approved by the state in December, and the great need of housing in our community, and also making the housing element in sync with the general plan as well. There's a lot of good updates happening here. And so I just appreciate the Planning Commission coming to join the council today. And with that, I will pass it to Hans no, not to Hans.
Mr. Mayor, the council has not districted itself into 12 or 14 districts. So if you would adjourn.
Oh, I
if you need
apologize.
to
I
adjourn,
skipped the
please.
whole section there.
Yes, please.
Joint special meeting with the Planning Commission. So let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, please, or a roll call, please, Linda.
Just for Planning Commission or for everybody?
Just for Planning Commission.
Commissioner Bluth.
Here.
Commissioner Brassfield.
Present.
Commissioner Dawson. Commissioner Freeman. Commissioner Latassa.
Here.
And Chair Fletcher.
Okay, then the whole preamble I was doing earlier, I'll insert that here and now pass it to Hans.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. From time to time, I think every 3-4 years or so, we have an opportunity to meet with a joint meeting with the Planning Commission. And when this happens, we all know something big is going to happen. And that's what is going to happen tonight. We will present to you our assessment of the general plan update with respect to housing, also with the regional housing need assessment. And the Planning Commission works for you, the City Council. And so tonight, it's important for the Planning Commission to listen to what staff is presenting. It's also important to the council, of course, but also it's important for the Planning Commissioner to also kind of gauge where the needs are or where the preferences are also of the community as well as of the council. So tonight is a pretty important meeting because the body that works for you, the Planning Commission, is the one who will figure out all the details, and they will bring to you a solution that they think is vetted and is accepted by the public, and then you, the council, can put your final fingerprints on that. So this is a process that has worked many times when we had a joint meeting between the Planning Commission and the City Council. We are under time constraints, as you will learn during our presentation. So it's important tonight to receive this update because, as you know, we have been working on this topic for quite some time already, and we have also done quite a few things in reaching out to the stakeholders. Overall, the challenge ahead of us is 3654 is the number, 3,654 housing units. The city is committed to do this as a planning exercise, but also the city is committed to not just end there, but also develop a plan that will actually allow us to have a chance to build 3654 housing units within the 6 RHNA cycle. So we are, as staff, presenting to you various aspects of this process that will end sometime in December 2023. And hopefully HCD will then look at what we have done and will say that that's a fine piece of work. Many communities go through this process kind of with a wink in their eyes, because they rezone something knowing quite well this will be hard to accomplish. I think our team, our staff, our city council, our community deserves better than that. We are committed to provide a planning process that really gives this mandate by the state of 3,654 units a real good shot at it. There are a lot of things that have changed from previous RHNA cycles. You will learn about that tonight as well. And in the afternoon session, we talked about the CPUC letter that the council approved to send to the CPUC with respect to the water agreement. And the biggest elephant in the room, of course, is, aside from the zoning, the water and finding water solutions. So we will address this tonight as well and point out where we think a need of improvement is as well. We have 3 presenters tonight: Kim Cole, our Community Development Director, Christy Sabdo, and also our consultant is here, Andrew, who will basically carry probably a lot of the presentation. We encourage you to ask questions and to point out what you are thinking tonight. This helps us all to move forward. There will be other points to check in, but again, you and your planning commissioners and the public will have a chance to weigh in tonight and give us some hints of where you're moving. And then we have an excellent planning commission, and they will probably figure it almost all out for you. And then hopefully in December, we will have an approved housing plan update for the council and for HCD. So with that, I hand it over to Kim Cole.
Thank you, Hans. I was thinking or just reflecting upon the public comment tonight, and what a great introduction and that is to our subject this evening. We're going to be talking about climate change. We're going to be talking about housing and the integration of those issues through our general plan update that will look at our safety element, our housing element, and our land use element. So I think it's an important moment, and the mayor framed this. As a planner, I think when we look back in Monterey's history, there are moments where the city's future is basically the city's future is defined. And this is one of those moments. Next slide. And you may ask why. There's an unprecedented housing need. We're going to be planning for 3,654 housing units. We have about 13,000 right now. So it shows you the amount of growth that we could anticipate with the decisions you'll be making over the next months. We're also going to really take a critical look at climate change, and we want to make sure that where we're putting housing for the future will be sustainable and safe for our residents. So I'm going to just talk briefly about the regional housing needs assessment. And that allocation basically starts at the state of California, where they prepare population projections. They give those to the regional government, and the regional government then divvies that up amongst all the jurisdictions. So I needed to start off and just really explain to you this concept of housing elements really starts at a regional level. It doesn't start at the bottom up, it starts at the top down, and sort of a regional discussion of where the region wants to be in 8 years. And there were some really, I've participated, gosh, in about probably 5 or 6 different RHNA cycles during my career. And this was, I think, the most dramatically different than any of the other RENA cycles. And a lot of that comes from framework established by the state of California and then implemented through our regional government process. As Hans mentioned, our city was given a regional housing allocation of 3,654 housing units. In comparison, Marina only got 685 units, Seaside got 616 units, and places like Pacific Grove got 1,125 housing units. So you may ask yourself, why did regionally Monterey end up with more housing units than a lot of the other cities on the peninsula? And regionally, there were very robust discussions about the criteria. And I've listed those on the screen, but they included housing, jobs, housing imbalance, transit, resiliency, which was talking about climate change, and racially concentrated areas. Where Monterey was given more units was predominantly because of the job housing balance. You saw another almost 1,400 units be shifted towards Monterey because we do hold the majority of the jobs on the peninsula, and there's an imbalance there. And then for the first time, the RENA really looked at racially concentrated areas. Monterey is predominantly white and also is more affluent when compared with all the other jurisdictions in Monterey County. And there was an additional 1,493 units shifted towards Monterey for that as well. So I just wanted to explain this really starts from a regional planning perspective and coordination, and then is assigned to the city of Monterey. Next slide. And this just gives you a graph comparison of the difference in RENA allocation. Last time around, our RENA was about 650 units, if I'm remembering correctly, and now we're at 3,654. And that's the brief introduction I wanted to give. And then I'm going to turn it over to Hans, who's briefly going to talk about the elephant in the room, which he already introduced. And then we'll go back to Christy, who will give you some more specifics.
Yes, thank you so much. That's a really cute elephant. But the elephant is not that cute because it is a real challenge to identify the water solutions. And then what we will share with you later that is the planning deficiency that we encounter with the water management district that has not provided sufficient water resources in addressing the 3,654 units. So the elephant in the room is that we will do a good planning effort here, but at the end of the day, we can only build as many units in those areas that we zone for as we will have water. And the water that is currently available for this 6 RENA cycle is probably less than 10% of the 3,654 units that we have. So we need to address that one way or another. The city will encounter challenges if we are not doing a realistic planning here. And again, it's a collaborative effort, but it is a kind of a cute looking elephant, but it's a really difficult, challenging problem to have. It's not nice to have that elephant in the room when you, the council, want to build housing and are committed to your constituents, and the planning agency that has to supply the water has not done this yet. So with that, I think I hand it over to Christy.
Thank you. So the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District's water demand forecast does not include the city's full RENA allocation. Based on the 3,654 housing units that are required to be planned for, if you multiply that by 2.14 persons per household for the city of Monterey, and that's census data, you get 7,819 new residents that we will have once we construct the 3,654 new housing units. The district's water demand projections only account for 1,469 new residents. So the water demand is missing 6,350 new residents. So with the 6-cycle housing element requirements, the state does not require the jurisdictions to act as a developer and construct the housing units that are required. The city is only required by the state to accommodate this increased capacity of housing units in the 6-cycle housing element update. However, the 6-cycle housing element requirements are in response to California's housing challenges. So we still have those housing challenges that we want to respond to. And HCD has summarized the latest housing challenges that we're facing. So not enough housing is being built. There's an increased inequality and lack of opportunities, which includes a lack of supply, and rising costs are compounding growth inequality and limiting advancement opportunities for younger Californians. Too much of people's incomes are going towards rent. Fewer people are becoming homeowners. A disproportionate number of Californians are experiencing homelessness, and many people are facing multiple seamlessly insurmountable barriers beyond cost and trying to find an affordable place to live. So in sorry, one second. So recently, in January, the City Council adopted the 2023 staff work program that set a specific programs, policies, and projects that support the city's strategic priorities. Under value driver 5 and 6, the City Council supports staff work programs that focus on providing affordable housing and securing water resources to provide this housing. So value driver 5, champion regional and local efforts to secure adequate, affordable, and sustainable water resources for the city now and into the future. And water supply, value driver 6, support efforts and policies that provide equitable access to affordable housing in Monterey and the region. With that, I want to introduce our consultant. In August of 2022, the city hired consulting firm Diet and Bhatia Urban and Regional Planners to collaborate with city staff and decision makers to prepare a general plan update of the 6-cycle housing element, land use element, and safety element. Diet and Bhatia is a leader in general plan work, having prepared general plans for more than 65 cities across the state. Andrew Hill, a principal of the firm and an award-winning urban planner with expertise in land use, transit-oriented development, community engagement, and environmental review, is the primary contact for the city. Related to general plan updates, most recently, Andrew has been leading the preparation of general plans for Sacramento, Capitola, and Dixon, and 6-cycle housing elements for Moreno Valley, San Pablo, Turlock, and Ross. And I hand it over to Andrew Hill.
Thank you, Christy, and good evening, council members and commissioners. Tonight in my presentation, I'd like to provide an overview of the Monterey 2031 project and also a status update on what we've accomplished so far. I'll touch on the legal requirements for the housing safety and land use elements. And I'll also go over our overall approach to the project. And then finally, I'll wrap up by touching on timing and next steps. So the Monterey 2031 General Plan Update it actually is a 3-part project. It involves targeted updates to the housing, safety, and land use elements of the general plan. Really, it's the housing element that's driving the project. As others have mentioned tonight, like other communities in California, Monterey is required to update the housing elements of its general plan to plan for the projected need over the next 8 years and to address new state law. As we think about where to locate housing, though, it's important to consider where we are. Monterey is located between the California coast and wooded hills, which means the community is subject, there are areas of the community that are subject to risk of wildfire and flooding. And so it's important to think very carefully and thoughtfully about where to locate new housing. And also at the same time to plan for adequate emergency evacuation capacity and response. These are topics that are addressed in the safety element. That's why that element is being touched. And then recently, the airport has changed some of the safety zones around it. And now there's some conflicts with city land use regulations And so that's triggering the need to update the land use element. And so our approach with the project is, because these topics are also interrelated, is to take a holistic approach and to update all three elements of the general plan together. As Hans and Christy have talked about, water supply is, of course, the elephant in the room, the single biggest barrier to new housing construction. That supply constraint is being addressed through a separate parallel process that potentially includes the construction of a new desalination plant and the use of recycled water. Our objective with the Monterey 2031 General Plan update is to work with the community to meet the legal requirements for the general plan and to address the pressing issues related to housing, safety, and land use so that we can have a plan ready to implement when adequate water supply does become available. So let's talk a little bit about some of the requirements for the housing, safety, and land use elements, starting with the housing element, which is, of course, one of 8 state mandated elements or chapters of the general plan, along with land use, circulation, open space, conservation, noise, and safety. The housing element is essentially Monterey's plan for addressing local housing needs. By law, it must be updated once every 8 years to plan for the coming 8-year cycle. The housing element, unlike other elements of the general plan, is subject to a host of statutory requirements, including a mandatory review by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. So as I mentioned, there's many statutory requirements for the housing element, but among them, there are certain key components. And top of the list is an inventory of available sites for housing. These are typically shown on a map and presented in a table, along with certain pertinent characteristics like the size of the parcel, the applicable zoning, and a projection of that site's realistic capacity for housing based on past trends in the community and a consideration of different constraints, be they market-based or environmental constraints. Additionally, another requirement of the key requirement of the housing element is an assessment of housing needs based on an evaluation of census data and local trends. We're also required to do an assessment of constraints to housing, which could be regulatory constraints, process constraints, market-based constraints, or environmental constraints. And also to look at fair housing issues and to assess really, this means whether there are any factors in the community that impede fair access to housing for disadvantaged groups like the disabled or the elderly or racially or linguistically isolated communities. In view of that assessment of housing needs, constraints, and fair housing issues, the final key component is a program of implementing actions that address those factors. And so a topic that you hear a lot mentioned, or a word you hear mentioned a lot in connection with the housing element is RHNA. It stands for the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. And it's essentially the total number of new housing units that the city must plan to accommodate over the upcoming 8-year planning period. RHNA is typically expressed in 4 categories of affordability that are tied to the area median income for Monterey County. So households which make less than 50% of the county median income are considered very low income, and households that make more than 120% of the area median income are considered above moderate. As Kim mentioned, the RHNA process really starts at the state level. It starts when the state determines an overall housing need for all of California, and then subdivides it by the various regions of the state based on a variety of different factors, such as projected population, but also rates of vacancy in the different regions, rates of overcrowding, and rates of cost burden. For our region here in the Monterey Bay area, it's AMBAG that receives that regional number, and then, as Kim explained, develops a methodology for apportioning it between the various communities in the region. AMBAG developed its methodology, as Kim explained, and the allocations with inputs from jurisdictions between 2021 and 2022. For the upcoming 8-year cycle, Monterey's RENA allocation is, as has been mentioned, 3,654 units, approximately half of which need to be made available to lower income households, so low income or very low income households. As Christy mentioned, the requirement is not that the city build 3,654 units, but that the city makes sure that the zoning map has the capacity at all times to accommodate construction, probably by private parties or by nonprofit groups, of those 3,654 units. So that's an important distinction. Additionally, with this cycle of the housing element, there's new requirements for lower income sites. Those sites are subject to more stringent requirements. Typically, they need to be of an appropriate size, so not smaller than half an acre, not larger than 10 acres. They need to be free of environmental constraints. They should be close to public transit, and they should be well served by utilities. The idea here is to essentially identify shovel-ready sites with the fewest encumbrance so that affordable housing can get built quickly. It does make it complicated, especially here in Monterey with a large number of environmental constraints, to find sites that meet those strict criteria. And so as part of this project, we're really going to have to come up with a multi-pronged RENA strategy. And we'll have to explore a variety of different strategies for meeting those RENA numbers. Those will likely include infill development in certain key areas of the city, but we'll also have to consider housing at Fort Ord or Ryan Ranch. We'll have to think about promoting accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units throughout the community. We'll have to look at the potential for Senate Bill 9 housing. SB 9 allows homeowners of single family properties to either split their lot or build an extra unit on the site. And then another strategy that's particularly applicable perhaps in Monterey is a congregational overlay. There are a lot of churches and religious facilities, some of which have large surface parking lots or other land that could be potentially available for housing if those institutions are interested. And so we should explore with them if there is interest and how the city could support them in those efforts. It does seem like faith-based organizations would be a natural partner for the city in terms of promoting affordable housing, as it's often within their mission. So really, we're going to have to turn over all the stones and come up with a multi-pronged strategy for meeting RENA obligations. The safety element update, of course, as I mentioned, the housing element really does trigger this statutory requirement to update the safety element. We have to think very carefully about where new housing should be located in view of environmental hazards. The law requires that we incorporate some newer data on natural hazards and climate resilience, and also that we conduct some additional analysis of emergency access. There's a lot of good analysis that's been included in the countywide local hazard mitigation plan that can be referenced and referred to. We'll have to supplement that with the GIS-based analysis of evacuation routes and come up with some new policies as well. For the land use element, as I mentioned, there's some conflicts with the airport safety zones that need to be reconciled, and likely there could be the need for some reconciliation of land use element policies with the strategies that we come up with for the housing element. So we'll have to review the land use element carefully, make sure that and see if there's a need to update the standards and policies to sync it with the RENA plan. So community engagement is really at the core of our approach for the project. We will need to, our objective is really to inform and engage and solicit input from a broad cross-section of the community. In order to be successful with our outreach, we'll have to raise awareness of the project and invite people to share their ideas. And if we do that well, we'll be able to build trust and build support for the project through that process. We've put together an engagement, an outreach plan that involves a variety of different engagement methods that will be targeted to different voices in the community through a variety of different platforms and through a variety of different channels. We've already started with the outreach. In December, we conducted a series of community listening sessions to hear from a variety of different voices in the community about what their priorities and how they see the issues. We're working with students at Monterey High right now to develop and to conduct a student-led, a youth-led survey on issues to make sure that young voices in the community are incorporated into the process as well. And we're gearing up to launch a citywide online survey that'll provide an opportunity for community members, business owners, and people who work in Monterey to share their thoughts about the location for new housing and what other improvements or actions would be needed to accommodate that housing in the community. Throughout the process, we'll be conducting pop-up outreach at events around the community to go to people and make it easy for them to provide their input. We'll also be conducting community-wide workshops to give people an opportunity to understand more about the strategies that are being incorporated, proposed for incorporation into the general plan, and to help refine them. We've set up a project page on Have Your Say Monterey that'll serve as a one-stop portal for everything related to the project. And the city will be using email blasts and social media engagement to keep the community up to date. And then, of course, we've programmed in public hearings before the Planning Commission and the City Council at key points in the process so that we report out to you incrementally and vet decisions along the way to make sure that the strategies we come up with are in line with community expectations and the project overall stays on track. As I mentioned, in December, between the 6th and the 8th, at the conference center, we held a series of community listening sessions. We really wanted to start by listening to the community and understand from their perspective how they see the issues and the priorities. We essentially conducted focus group discussions with a wide variety of different voices. We talked to architects, builders, neighborhood residents, community group representatives, major landowners, major employers, really the full gamut. We heard a lot about the challenges that Monterey is facing, but we also heard a lot of very creative and thoughtful solutions. And some of the key themes we heard about, I'll give you a quick summary. We heard that Monterey's housing needs are broad and deep. Some of the key groups of experiencing particularly acute need are workers in the hospitality and service sector, homeless youth, young families, seniors. We heard that the lack of adequate affordable housing in the community not only undermines the economic vitality of Monterey, but also affects the physical and mental health of residents and undermines quality of life and the social fabric. We heard people say that sometimes city regulations and processes are getting in the way, and so that we got some interesting thoughts about how those could be addressed. We heard also from some stakeholders that urgent action is needed to really jumpstart housing production. And in that sense, the experience of the city of Santa Rosa could be an interesting model for the city of Monterey. After the Tubbs and Nuns fire, the city of Santa Rosa enacted an urgency ordinance to really jumpstart housing production. And perhaps that's a model or an option that Monterey could consider as well. Other stakeholders suggested that we take a targeted strategy to really prioritize the low-hanging fruit to facilitate building housing where it can be built first, while also continuing to plan for the longer term. Stakeholders recommended that regional cooperation really needs to be part of the overall strategy. And so that could involve establishing channels for communication and discussion of ideas at the regional level, but also looking for opportunities to pool resources in order to maximize impact. Something we heard interestingly is that as we think about adding housing in infill areas, we really need to think about parking in the neighborhoods and parking in commercial districts and make sure that that's addressed as we plan for infill housing. As we looking now towards future outreach activities, as we get ready to start exploring different options for how and where new housing or land use changes could be accommodated, we really want to make sure that we provide the community with data and analysis and information to inform those decisions. So we're conducting now an assessment of constraints, regulatory constraints, process constraints, so that those findings can inform potential options for strategies to incorporate in the housing element. We'll be conducting an emergency evacuation capacity analysis under multi-hazard scenarios. So that data and the results of that analysis will be available and will inform potential options for the safety element. In all of our outreach, we'll be working visually, so using maps and graphics, illustrations, and photos of real projects to help people understand and visualize what the options could look like. As we gear up for the citywide survey, we also want to make sure that when we're talking about locations for housing, that's grounded in a site feasibility analysis. And so we've done some initial work there as well. We started by mapping the location of vacant properties in the community, together with the location of underused properties. And where those vacant and underutilized properties cluster, well, those are locations within the community that have the capacity for new development or redevelopment. And it just makes sense to focus the planning activities on the areas where development is most likely to happen, and to build a shared vision through the community outreach for what change could look like in those neighborhoods. And so that's what this map is showing, areas where areas with the greatest development potential in Monterey are identified. And those will be a particular focus of the upcoming survey. It's not just a question of development potential, though. Of course, we also need to be considering what the risk factors are. And so we've mapped a variety of different environmental hazards, from wildfire risk to flooding risk, to liquefaction, to sea level rise, to airport safety zones as well. This mapping will also be available to community members so that they have this understanding of the constraints as well as the development potential as they think about and weigh in on locations for new housing. So the next big milestone in the outreach process will be a citywide survey. It'll be launching on March 1st. It'll be in an online format that can be accessed through the haveyourSayMonterey.org site. Our intention with this is to create an interactive survey that's both fun and informative, that invites meaningful input from a really broad cross-section of the community. The format will be visually engaging through an online platform that allows for the integration of photos, maps, and data. And in order to maximize participation from the community, we'll be providing a survey that allows for 5, 10, or 20-minute options. So that means people can select the survey format depending on how much time they have to devote. So for example, if someone has 5 minutes to give us in a survey, they could do a simple survey like this. They would see thumbnail maps of those areas that with the most development potential. They'd be able to read a little bit about the development potential and the risk factors involved. And then they could move a sliding scale to indicate how many units they think would be appropriate in each of those areas. So essentially, they're building their own RHNA plan, and they would be required to have the plan come out to at least 3,654 units, because that is the magic number of RHNA. So this would be a quick, fun way for people to give us important input on where they see that housing units could potentially be accommodated. If people have a little bit more time, 10 minutes or 20 minutes, they could take a deeper dive into the issues. In this case, they would see a map of those opportunity areas. They could select one opportunity area, and using the icons on the left of the screen, they'd be able to toggle on and off different data layers, so they could find out existing uses. They could find out the development potential, or they could find out the risks, toggling on and off those layers. And then they could answer a series of questions. Is this location appropriate for housing? If so, what type of housing do you think would belong there? And if we add housing, what other improvements or actions would be needed to support that growth? In a 10-minute survey, people could maybe choose their top 2 or 3 areas and provide input. If they have more time, they can do more areas. So promoting the survey is really an important tool for getting detailed community input. And so promoting it is going to be critical. We're planning to create a postcard with a QR code on it and circulate that to every household in Monterey. We'll be using community-wide email blasts to get the word out about the survey. We'll have a presence at different events around the town. We're even planning perhaps targeted pop-up outreach for harder to reach groups. For example, maybe organizing an event with a hotel so that the staff, we go to them and get their input, for example. We're also planning a paper version, so a large map-based format with the same, with sticky notes and the same sort of activity that people will be doing online for people who are maybe less digitally savvy or just want to do it on paper. That will be at the library. And we're hoping that we can engage all of you in helping to get the word out through your channels, through your social media, through any email chains you might have to help us really promote the survey and drive public participation. So finally, let me wrap up by taking a look at the overall timeline for the project and the next steps. The project will be completed in 4 distinct phases, each one of which will have opportunities for community input. And the goal is to adopt the general plan update by December of this year. There are several key milestones and dates to keep in mind before we can send. As I mentioned, I think the draft element must be reviewed and approved by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Before we can send it to Sacramento to start their review, there's a requirement for local review. The document must be available for review by people in Monterey for a period of 30 days. Then it gets sent up to Sacramento. By law, HCD has a period of 90 days for their review. And as we've talked about, the statutory deadline for adoption is December 15th of this year. So thinking about the housing element itself has, because of these requirements, has a very long lead time. And so we've structured the schedule. This is, again, a look at those 4 phases. We're coming to the end of the first phase, which is about issue and opportunity identification. We're getting ready to launch into phase 2, which is about evaluating different and exploring different alternatives. We want to front load the housing element and try and have a public review document on the street in July for that 30-day period, and then send the document up to Sacramento to start their review in the summertime. While the state is taking their 90 days to review the housing element, we'll wrap up the land use element and the safety elements, and then all 3 of the documents will come back to first the Planning Commission and then the Council for adoption hearings before the end of the year. So we're structuring the schedule to front load the housing element in view of the longer lead time. So a quick look at the next steps. As I mentioned, on March 1st, we'll be launching the interactive online survey. In the same time frame this spring, the youth-led survey will be happening. We'll be releasing a technical background report to provide contextual information for people taking the survey as well. And before we release that full public review draft in the summer, we'll be conducting some public workshops to collect further information about strategies to incorporate into the general plan update. So that's a very quick overview and status update. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you for the presentation. I got excited about that. Questions? Councilmember Hoffa.
Thank you for the presentation. It strikes me with respect to environmental hazards, risks, fires, flooding, earthquakes, whatever, that airport, I mean, potentially 3/4 of the city, 2/3, 3/4 could potentially be within one or more of those areas. And I guess my question to you would be, within our planning document that we're going to be working on, simply cutting off those areas doesn't seem reasonable if we're going to achieve our goal. And we already have a lot of development in a lot of those areas. So my question is, can we look at construction standards and building standards as a way to ensure that construction that is built in these areas meets the environmental hazards?
Yes, the short answer to that question is yes, we can. Basically, as I mentioned, the new requirements for lower income sites are designed to try and encourage communities to identify those shovel-ready sites. That's not always possible. So it's not a hard and fast requirement that those sites just absolutely cannot be considered. We would need to incorporate other strategies, if we're going to have to explore promoting lower income housing on an environmentally constrained site. We'd need to think about what other actions the city or what other incentives or actions or could be taken to facilitate housing on those sites in view of the constraints. So it's not they're not completely off the table. It's just we should look for the lower hanging fruit first, and then come back to sites that are more difficult.
I use your microphone?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. Also very exciting for me to be looking at this information. I do have a few questions. Trying to think. I'll just start off with how I have them listed here. I'm hoping that this plan will also have a focus on transportation items like bike infrastructure, charging stations, micromobility. Is that a component that we see?
Yeah, so the scope of the project as defined is really on the land use, housing, and safety elements. But as I touched on in the presentation, one of the factors for lower income housing is that they be close to transit and other transportation options. And so I think we will need to just double check once we identify the sites where they are, understand what potential additional multimodal improvements would be needed to support development on those sites, and see if any updates might be needed to the transportation element.
Great. Next question. And this is maybe a little bit of education for myself, so I appreciate any information you can provide. In terms of the arena number 3654, is there a sense of where the city currently stands in that number?
You mean like what's currently allowed under existing
correct,
zoning?
correct.
We're working on those numbers right now, because you're right. We need to understand where the baseline is. But when I mentioned, for example, the 5-minute survey option with the sliding scales and build your own arena plan, that's going to be based on the realistic capacity. So we're looking. It's not just pick a number out of the sky. How many units would you like to see in this area? It's based on the actual development potential as assessed in those areas, and what is allowed under current zoning, and possibly if we were to consider changing the zoning, so that there are going to be realistic numbers tied to what's allowed under the current zoning and what's realistically foreseeable there.
Great. My next question has to do, or series of questions has to do with the outreach and engagement. So I know there was mention of a mailer that would be going out to the entire city. As I understand general marketing principles, it takes about 7 touches for a person to finally step into action. So how do you see that kind of plan developing in terms of outreach?
Yeah, I let me go back to the slide, because I did have as I say, we're planning to I don't know if we have 7 on this. Maybe we do have 7 points, but we wanted to start off with every household getting that mailer, getting that QR code to raise the awareness, but not stop there. There's going to be follow-up email blasts. As I say, we're going to have a presence at farmers markets and events around the community to get the word out. There will be pop-up events as well. And then, as I say, I hope we can rely on you all to push the word out, because I really think word of mouth, it's neighbors talking over the back fence when you run into someone at the grocery store, talking up. That's the neighbor to neighbor is the best way to get participation. So,
and along the same lines, I really like the idea of approaching people where they are. really appreciate the listening sessions you folks held in December. Thought it was a great opportunity to provide comment. And I know that there were a number of sessions scheduled throughout the date range that you listed. But I'm wondering if it would also be worthwhile to think about other times later in the evening, weekends. Something that stuck with me that you mentioned was that you were hoping to invite community to come and provide comment. I find that many times it's I mean, that approach is great and it's necessary, but also the community many times can invite folks like us, right, to their circles, right, and that tends to be a little bit, I don't know, it tends to be effective in the sense that you're coming to them, right, on their time so that they can provide information. So just wanted to share that as well, and hoping that that's part of the plan as well. In terms of the map and the electronic tools that could be used, I have found in work that I do that specifically talking about maps, I feel pretty comfortable using a map. And I think I read it well. Maybe my wife would say otherwise, but I feel comfortable with the map, but not the entire population. And many times it does take orienting yourself to understand what you're looking at. So I'm hoping that in the mapping tool, there might be maybe a contact information or an alternative tool that will guide the user somewhere else if they don't feel comfortable using a map. So just that's another suggestion. I'd like to see also outreach done in language. I think we have a population that might not necessarily be entirely comfortable with English. I'm not necessarily just referring to Spanish. You know, it might be other languages that are predominant in the area, especially since Monterey is known for having folks who speak many languages. I think that would be important. And I think also, just in general, outside of the mapping tool, just offering alternate means to complete either a survey or that mapping, public comment in general, right? Just hard copies. I think you mentioned some of that, but you know, just at the library, I think maybe make them a little bit more available widely. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Sure. Have you heard anything from CAL FIRE regarding their new guidelines?
I have not yet, but as part of this process for the safety element, CAL FIRE will need to approve the safety element, and so they produced guidelines and a checklist for us. We'll need to make sure we go through those steps and talk with them. What I do know is I believe that the state responsibility area maps for fire hazard are out in draft form. And the local, so within the city limit, is expected out maybe closer toward the end of this year.
Yeah, I was informed Friday at a planning commission conference that CAL FIRE is going to be putting out new guidelines for fire zones. There's construction because, and this came through the arena folks, that it's going to be more restrictive. That's going to impact what we're trying to plan for. The second thing that I was told offline was that the state of California put out all the maps regarding where the ocean's supposed to be coming by 2030. That is going to become an issue that they're going to have to address because it now becomes a CEQA issue because it's going to impact the whole environment of all that land. That's FYI, when you go with it. And that also included that we may have to add houses if we have to take some away. because of that. Thank you.
Who else?
So thank you for the presentation. Appreciate that. And getting community involvement. I know you said something about youth-led surveys. I saw that. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. We're working with about 8 students from Monterey High. They are actually designing the survey. They are planning, how to do the outreach, how to get the participation. So right now we actually had a meeting with them this morning. They've written the questions. They're working on a plan for how to get the word out about the survey. But the idea is that it's a student-generated survey, a student-led survey. They're going to be the ones who are going out into the community to get the responses. I think they're going to particularly target their peers, which is great because youth is often a demographic segment that gets left out of these processes. So I think we're going to get some interesting responses. And they, of course, do have a stake in, and a particular interest in climate change, which is one of the issues that we're going to be addressing. And organically, they're talking about housing and things as well. So I'm excited to see what they come up with and what that generates for the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Terry Latasso from the Planning Commission, and I'm also an architect in Monterey, and I'm familiar with doing ADUs here. I've done a couple of them in the last couple of years, and I think that is going to be the lowest of the lowest hanging fruit. And so we're, it's great to focus on that, and like Mr. Vega said, try to make the path as easy as possible. But my question is about ADUs and junior ADUs. I imagine that there'll be some part of that 3654 number that will be ADUs, but it's hard. I don't know. I guess that'll come out in the wash about how many of those ADUs will be low income or.
Yeah. In other regions of the state, so basically the way it works is for the other 4 RENA categories, you need to identify particular sites. For ADUs, you don't have to identify which particular site they will go on. The law allows you to project a total number, an annual number of ADUs based on the number of construction permits issued annually since 2018. And 2018 is the year when a lot of the new laws came online facilitating ADU production. So as a first step, what we need to do is look at the ADU permitting rate in Monterey since 2018, figure out how many ADUs have been permitted per year, because we can then project at least that many each year of the 8-year cycle. And then if we identify other programs for the action plan and the housing element that would further incentivize or facilitate ADU production, we can project more than that annual number. That's the first part of your question. The second part of your question is the affordability. Other regions of the state, so in Southern California, the SCAG region, in the San Francisco Bay Area, the I'm totally blanking. ABAG, no, ABAG, yes. They did a regional ADU affordability studies, which were certified by the state. And so, for example, in the San Francisco Bay Area, they found that about 60% of the ADUs permitted since 2018 were rented at a rate that would be affordable for lower income RENA households. And therefore, because HCD certified their study, we could make an assumption that 60% of the annual production would be for lower income households, 30% for moderate, 10% for above moderate. I don't believe that the AMBAG region has done that study. We need to look into what other jurisdictions are doing, but I think we could look at sort of statewide numbers and come up with a reasonable logic for what percentage of the total ADUs could be found affordable for lower income housing units. The other thing I would say is HCD, the state, is very open to ongoing consultations with jurisdictions. I know that Kim and Christy have already had conversations with some HCD staff there. They do, sort of ad hoc meetings. We can bring questions as we're working through issues or things. We can bring questions to them and they can answer. So this could be something we could put on our list and ask them, if we don't have a regional ADU affordability study that we can rely on, how should we approach this question and get some feedback from them so that we know when we're not just shooting in the dark when we submit the element, we've tested or we feel pretty comfortable that our approach is going to be acceptable to them.
Great. One other part of the ADU situation that's probably going to be hard to identify is the getting a water permit. Let's say you have a given house, and you can retrofit the toilets and the dishwasher and the washing machine and add a hot water recirculating system. And if you're lucky, you might have a utility or bar sink that you can get rid of. So there are a lot of homes in the city that will actually have enough credits to put in at least a junior ADU and maybe a full ADU. So I don't know how we're going to quantify that. That's a pretty tricky bit of data to get because it's so specific to each house. But if you have the water credits, it's the rules are pretty much in place to make these little units happen. So let's say there are 13,000 existing units in the city. How many of those are going to be, I guess, single family homes are the easiest ones. Mr. Vega was talking about some multifamily properties are also available to add these small units. So how many of the 13,000 are single family dwellings?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I don't know. About half, Kim says.
Okay. So, I mean, if it's 6,500, that's, if every one of those 6,500 had a JADU, you'd be way ahead of what the state wants.
Yeah, I think again, that what you're talking about is the maximum potential.
Yes, I know.
And what the state says is you can project based on actual permits. And so I'm sure there's going to be a large gap between there, but we can, as I say, if we include strategies to incentivize and facilitate, we can go beyond that annual permitting number. And well, I don't think that we couldn't get to the max, but we can be more aggressive about our projections. I think.
Yeah, I think the number of actually approved ADUs in the city is a little disappointing over the last 5 years. But I think it's going to pick up because they are right there. And I'm getting calls every week with property owners that want to do that. So the second question is, maybe this is for Hans, but does the city have an official position on the desal plant?
No, it does not.
Okay.
No, we do not.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Should I elaborate?
But we could have if you want it.
Oh, well, that's not my call.
I would like to do that, have an official position, but maybe for a discussion on another night.
But what Commissioner Latassa is pointing out is that, again, it's the challenge with the water. The ADUs are low hanging fruit, but of course, who would like to take a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house down to a 3-bedroom, 1-bath and do all the modification? If you have the space in the back, why wouldn't you get the water? So it's a low hanging fruit, but we need to incentivize that to a degree. And the council wrote a letter earlier today for the water purchase agreement for Monterey 1 expansion, which will bring in 2,250 acre-feet of water. But what we are pointing out in our report, that even with that water, we have housing water for about 300 units. That is the plan of the water district until 2045 to have water for about 300 additional units in the city of Monterey. And again, low-hanging fruit are ADUs. I completely agree with you. I want to use that opportunity briefly to talk about a misconception with respect to ADUs. We don't make it hard on anyone to build ADUs. You heard from Mr. Vega saying this, and Jennifer picked up on that. What Mr. Vega doesn't like is the deed restriction that the council put on the ADUs, which basically tell the ADU builder, you shall not separately sell the ADU. The ADU stays with the land. It also prohibits short-term rental in the ADU. And it also requires the property owner to disclose that there is an ADU on that land. And with respect to subordination, Mr. Vega was talking about, we don't have any loans with him. So there is no subordination of loans to the city of Monterey. That's an artificial problem he has created. So there's nothing in the current city procedure that makes it hard to build ADUs. You just need to play with the rules.
Councilmember Barber.
Yes, I had another question. While strategizing with the RENA housing elements, are you also addressing accessibility and disability needs?
Yes, under state law, there's a 7 protected classes. And so I mentioned that needs assessment based on census data. So we'll be looking at local census data to identify the prevalence of various groups, but one of the special needs groups is the disabled. So.
Councilmember Huff. Oh, okay.
Just to follow up on the previous question, and water seems to be the driving factor in terms of how we're going to accommodate a lot of the development that we're looking at trying to do. How are you going to help with coming up with potential solutions to give us that we might be able to implement on a city level that can affect that issue?
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about water in the listening sessions in December, and some interesting ideas, I think, came out of that discussion that we need to look into further. I haven't checked this out myself, but one idea that was floated is that anyway, it had to do with the transfer of water credits and the idea that the city could be sort of a clearinghouse for that. And because it's easier, I haven't fact checked this, but the discussion was that it's easier, it's relatively easy to transfer water credits to the city and relatively easy for the city then to transfer them to other places. So perhaps there's a way for the city to become essentially a clearinghouse, and with sort of standards and conditions to be able to decide, how to collect those water credits and how to apportion them to a particular project that's of importance to the community as a way of facilitating housing development. That's one sort of suggestion that needs to be ground truthed and checked out. But there's a lot of good sort of raw ideas that came out of that discussion. As I mentioned, we're doing a constraints analysis, and obviously the constraints analysis needs to consider water. And so I think as part of that, other potential solutions will come up. But the idea is that our first, as we move into phase 2 and we're exploring different alternatives, the first point of attention is the sites, where the site's going to be. Once we've established that sort of inventory of sites in the map, then we'll be able to know, we'll get into more details of site-specific questions and also specific strategies to facilitate the development of those sites. And that's where these ideas that were floated during the in the December listening sessions and that come out of other analysis can be put on the table for consideration of the community, and we can get that input on specific strategies to include in that housing element. So that's kind of going to happen later in the process.
And maybe just supplementing that a little bit, our existing housing element has a policy to prioritize future water allocations for affordable housing development. I think we could anticipate the continued policy strategies, to be included in the housing element that'll prioritize housing for water allocations. But we can't forget the cease and desist order is pretty overwhelming with the amount of water that needs to be made up. And the regional solutions, you took action tonight to support the Pure Monterey project, the expansion project. That's a critical component. From my personal perspective, we're going to need substantial additional supply to meet our arena allocation. And if we're going to be serious about it in 8 years and trying to meet those objectives, we're going to have to regionally probably work on both solutions. So it's going to have to be working with CalAm, the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, and Monterey One Water, who have all of the professionals to sort of help us move these water supply discussions forward regionally, because the amount of deficit is so significant. So the council's continued action on that will be important.
Another area we will need to discuss are the former Fort Ord properties that belong to the city of Monterey now. That's about 120 acres of land. They come with 64 acre feet of water. There is potential to develop that. It's in collaboration possibly with Delray Oaks because they will look at similar developments in that area. We think there is an potential for about 1,000 housing units out at that area. But that land comes with some pretty large question marks, and we know some of them already. We know that there are groups out there that dispute that the water is available, and we know that there are groups out there who prefer to keep Fort Ord wild and not build housing there. So that is also, it is an option. We have to consider that. We also have to consider, frankly, to look at other areas where the city has still currently a scenic corridor on Highway 68, but there are potential areas that we can develop. And Tom Rowley will talk in 3 minutes or so about Measure M and remind us all of that impact that measure had. But we have to look at all those areas because, as Andrew pointed out, a lot of the areas within Monterey are in certain hazardous zone, and we haven't even talked about historical districts and the impact their housing could have. So it is complex. The good news is we have like Apollo 13. We have to figure it out because before the oxygen runs out. And so we will figure it out. But there are other options, and some of those options may not look very appetizing at the current moment.
That's very helpful.
Yeah, one thing you haven't really spoken about, Andrew, is the consequences to the city of not adopting a realistic and feasible housing element. I was reading in, I think it's Cal Policy, about some cities whose housing elements in the last couple of years were not accepted because they weren't realistic. And basically, when that happened, my understanding is developers were able to just come in and get projects approved without really any kind of zoning requirements at all. And so I think it's important for the public at large to realize, because there will always be people who will say, I don't want this near me. I don't want housing. I don't want any of the other potential impacts. There's this, there's that. And that's part of the reason why we have the housing problem and shortage in California that we have. So my understanding is in the past, these housing elements were really not taken that seriously. And as a result, not much happened. But I'm hearing that it's a little different right now. And I think it'd be important for our community to hear about that. If I'm correct, please speak to that.
Yeah, I mentioned we created a project page on Have Your Say Monterey, and one of the first things we did was to put up a set of FAQs. And one of the questions is what happens if we don't adopt a compliant housing element? So there is a rundown of those. It isn't the case that on December 16th, if you don't have that, a certified housing element in place, then, everything falls apart. That's not the case. I think it's important, like, as I mentioned, HCD is open to conversations, and it's really important that that we demonstrate a good faith effort. There are a lot of requirements, and just the experience of all communities throughout the state is nobody is getting their housing elements certified on the first try. It takes a couple of submittals, but as long as we're showing good faith effort, as long as we be proactive and engage HCD to ground truth our and test our strategies before we submit for review, I think we're going to be able to smooth the way. And as long as we're making progress, then we're not going to get hit with an enforcement hammer. However, if the city were to decide not to, just to not even try or not submit a housing element, even a draft by the deadline, then the state might decide, well, you're not making that good faith effort, and then it would start enforcement actions. And what the first thing that happens would be some financial penalties for not submitting. they would start, maybe they start off at maybe $10,000 a month, but they could go up to 100,000 or more. If over a period of time that still doesn't provoke a response from the jurisdiction, then ultimately local control can be taken away. The city could lose its control over zoning and the right to approve projects. So it's sort of an incremental process depending on, there's sort of a series of tests, I guess. It doesn't happen all sort of on day one, but if a jurisdiction were to be recalcitrant in that way, first it would be fines, and then it would be ultimately loss of local zoning control and project approval.
You're all set? And Bob, I just wanted to check back in with you. Were you all set? I wasn't sure if you were done. Okay.
One of the things they told us Friday, my marina manager, was that the state has now had to hire extra employees to track the number of cities that they're taking action against. And she told it as a carrot and stick way. The carrot is they make a lot of funds available for other agencies to utilize to help with this housing issue. But the stick is they're taking punitive action against cities in California. So it's a fine line. And she said, please don't kill the messenger. So we didn't. But we also made it clear that a lot of the cities are getting feedback from our people that we don't want all these changes that you're mandating. And so we have to walk that through that minefield. But in this particular case, they said a lot of the funding, Rena pointed this out, people are coming forward with projects, but when grants come down that they organize from the state, that a lot of them have a 3 or 4 year build time because they had no funding mechanism in place. So they're saying if you're going to make it shovel ready, that means that you fall within all the guidelines and that you have already identified a funding source. Because if you wait that 3 or 4 years, the money is pulled back and given to someone else who is more ready than you are. So it's a lot of extra work for the city staff.
So a question, and then I'll have a couple of comments. If there was to be a project, let's say at Fort Ord, in the land that we have, where the water comes from Marina Coast Water, and we were to go down the line with a project, and we put, I'm just picking a number, 200 convalescent care, senior housing, transitional housing, akin to many that we have in the community now. Do those housing units count towards Arena?
Yes.
Okay. And logic would say that if there were 200 units that were suddenly opened in that location, likely some of those 200 are coming from our residential units that vacate, that then open up and then tips the scale and creates movement, right? So I also want to point out on the agenda for the study session, some really good stuff. And I want to save some folks at home if you're wondering where to go. From page 163 to page 168. Your stuff's been good, Andrew. But in this agenda, in the topic of water, if you read 163 to 168 in the agenda item, you will learn more about the dilemma of water than you can pick up by going to 200 meetings a year. So I encourage the read of 163 to 168 of the agenda packet. Now, we started off with a picture of an elephant that I think is kind of cute, but I'm reminded of my 8-year-old granddaughter's joke that was, well, how do you eat an apple? I'm sorry, how do you eat an elephant? How do you consume an elephant? And of course, the punchline of this, you've all heard it before, is one bite at a time. Okay. So that's really what we're doing here, is we have to approach this as one bite at a time. Is that 4 ADUs this year? It's 10 more this year. It's, the housing bill. Over all of that, the number is so enormous. We were at 600 units and not doing very well because we were in the cease and desist environment. We're still in the cease and desist environment. And we haven't even approached our last cycle in the arena numbers when it was 600. The reason we now have 3,600 is because the state of California's housing and community development, and I'm not speaking to you like you don't know, I'm speaking in public, that the State Department of Housing and Community Development changed the rules, changed the numbers, and the city of Monterey actually gets penalized because we provide the majority of our jobs. So that's the other elephant in the room. The rules changed, and it's put an enormous burden on a community that has no capacity until we get out from under the cease and desist. Because we can't magically just say, we want to build units and tell Cal-Am to put a meter in. They can't. So until we have new water, the rules change, we're stuck with a few. And I think Hans pointed out that we have about enough for 10% of our old number. So we're probably in the neighborhood of less than 100 units. If we scrape together all the water sources we had and partnered. And let's throw the third elephant in the room. It's the cost of building. Why would someone possibly take a portion of their property, put $200,000 into it, and then rent it at low income and never recover their investment? Their grandchildren might recover the investment, but they wouldn't. So there's not a big enticement for folks to get involved in building an ADU in the community because of the cost of the build. So do you have any magic bullets that help us buy materials cheaper, provide for some pathway of forgiveness from the cease and desist, and allow us to start seeing water meters that can be put in to approach getting a bite of each of those elephants and a bite towards the 3,600 units? Am I missing something here? How do we address the cost of building in this environment in the city of Monterey and without water?
Right. I don't have any magic bullets is the short answer to your question. But I think through this process, as I say, we've started the conversation with the community. There's some very creative and interesting ideas. And I think your analogy of how to eat an elephant is the right way to approach this project. It's incrementally, little things. And hopefully they will add up to significant progress towards the very significant need for housing. Whether that's 3,600 housing units or not is a different question.
Hey, if we got to 300 in the next 3 years, I'd be ecstatic. Maybe not a question for you to answer, but I just want to put it out here in the Q&A here because it's a study session and the rules are a little different, so I can freelance, right, Mayor? Can we approach another idea of ADUs like some other cities, and we provide, say, 3 to 5 plans, models? They're pre-approved. Another city, Seaside, I'll give them credit. Seaside does this. Does it work? I don't know. But is there a way that we would save a homeowner the battle of, having to get an architect? I love the fact that some of you are architects. But yeah, but I think that you would probably love to see a template that a resident could walk into the city of Monterey and go down the process of saying, okay, here's the choices, and I don't have to go through the private sector design and all of that. I can kind of go to the one stop and get a start faster.
Yep.
What's that take?
Yeah, so where that works really well is in a place like Sacramento or LA County that's very flat. I think in Monterey, you have a lot of site conditions that make it difficult to have sort of off-the-shelf plans that work. But there's a lot of other things that the city can do. For example, just having the floor plan, pre-approved ADU floor plans that are compliant with city building code. It's not the full way to site design, but it's part of the way. That can save costs, so part of the cost. There's also a lot of different incentive programs that we can do for ADUs. For example, there may well be unpermitted ADUs in the community. Maybe somebody bought a house and there was an ADU that came with it that didn't go through the permitting process. We could look at an incentive program to provide an amnesty and an incentive for that person to bring their ADU up to code. That counts as a new unit created. So there's a lot of different, and there's a variety of different incentives and strategies that we can incorporate to sort of jumpstart and incentivize ADUs. The other thing I would say is I agree with you about, the enormous cost of constructing an ADU and then making it available at below market rate. However, if you build an ADU for your house, it adds value to your home, and it could provide. I think one of the commenters at the beginning was talking about, for an older resident to create a space for an on-site caretaker that would allow them to age in place. That's creating a housing unit that's satisfying a workforce need and providing a community service. So there's even if the units aren't made available, through a deed restriction or something to a lower income household, there is an incentive for a homeowner to perhaps develop it for their own needs or for the financial gain because it adds to their property values.
Yeah, certainly there's opportunities for people to make their individual choices, but thank you for some ideas and thank you for your presentation.
Who'd like to go next? Senator Freeman? If you're not ready, we can come back to you.
No. I do have a question. On the packet page attachment 1, it talks about, lays out the population
Is your mic
of
on?
Monterey. Oh, thank you. On packet page, it doesn't have a page number, but it's attachment 1. It's a chart, a table of population growth and water needs growth. And it says that the population of Monterey in 2020 is 28,000. And the sign on Highway 1 says it's 39,000. And the
30.
What? Oh, 30,000. Oh, okay. And it says that the jobs in 2020 are 41,000 jobs in Monterey for a population of 28,000 people. And that Monterey is only going to grow 5% in 25 years. Going to grow to 29,600 in 25 years. So just reading this, it makes me think that the 3,624 housing units are needed right now today and not based on any kind of future growth. Would that be correct?
I anecdotally from talking to people in the community, there's a crying need for housing. I think that as Kim talked about, where the process for identifying a need for 3,654 was its own animal, subject to its own conditions, and it's not purely based on a projected need. There's a lot of other factors that went into that. I wasn't involved in that process. So
right. I think it's a difficult situation because what is the population of Monterey not? Who is not counted in this population? Because we have a tremendous number of renters, 50% of the population. Some of them live in government housing, some of them live in rental housing. Are the people who are counted in the population the people who own the house or the people who rent the house? How do you track how many people there are and for whom are we building these 3,624 houses? It's a very complex situation, and it isn't just apples to apples. At least that's the opinion that I've formed from reading these reports. And I want to say, Christy, that they're really easy to read and easy to understand and well summarized. Thank you.
But is it elephant to elephant? Understandable.
Well, it does present different information, doesn't it? Yeah.
All right, let's go down to the floor here. Do we want to go to Commissioner Fletcher?
Microphone.
I had just one question about the airport land use plan. How has that changed? Or how is it going to be changing?
Well, it was changed. I think in 2019 is when it was adopted, and the safeties, I'm not exactly sure how the safety zones changed, but I believe they become more restrictive. So for example, I know that over the western portion of North Fremont, the new safety zones that apply there are pretty prohibitive in terms of what housing could be developed, in consistency with those standards.
And how does that relate to the Garden Road side of the airport? And
The
its
Garden Road
impact?
side is not in those not impacted to the same way.
Okay.
Okay. And Commissioner Dawson?
I'm listening.
You're listening. Okay, awesome.
I think there was a lost chance to hear from Hans on the housing and the population. You made note of it, the population. Hans and Kim were heavily involved in a lot of the understanding of what was happening at AMBAG. So I think there's a community benefit in hearing from an explanation about how do we have 41,000 jobs when our population is 30,000. So
yeah,
if we don't have any other statements, could we ask our city manager if he could address how we have 41,000 jobs with a population of 30,000?
Putting 3-year-olds to work.
Yeah.
You had to ask Councilmember Smith. Let me start with the 30,000 number that Commissioner Freeman was talking about. That's what you see on our city signs are the 2020 census data. 2020 census was 30,218, give or take one. So that's the number that you have. AMBAG's growth forecast, which is the basis here of the RENA allocation, used 28,170, and basically that's probably a number that they developed out of the American Community Survey, ACS, that they extrapolated and updated. The job number of 41,000 is a number that, and that's why I said I really didn't want to talk about it too much, but is a number that we question as well as simply too high. The data, underlying data there is derived from two different databases that were merged while AMBAG was doing that work. Part of it is based on interviews with employers. Part of it is based on an estimation model, and there were also some mistakes in that estimation that we uncovered when we looked at that. Having said all that, the ACS, the American Community Survey, is probably a better indicator for that. The ACS suffers a little bit during the COVID data, but we had about 24 to 27,000 jobs in the city of Monterey in 2019. Now that led to this discussion that we had with AMBAG between 27,000 jobs to 41,000 jobs, and I can share with you that probably at the next installment of those AMBAG growth forecasts, we'll have probably a data set that is a little bit cleaner. The city is a commuter city. We have, like I said, every day an inflow of 21,000, 22,000 people into the city. About 6,000 people live and work in Monterey, 6,600, I believe that is, and 7,000 of us commute outside of Monterey into other areas, like working at CSUMB or at other areas. So all this data has to be taken with a grain of salt. But what is important to note is that we have to have a population estimate. We have that population estimate, and when you look again at the water supply demand forecast by the Water Management District, and as our staff pointed out, the 1,400 number is just not credible. It just doesn't make any sense if you look at the RENA numbers of 3654 and the 2.14 per household. So at the end of that, you go back to what you really know, and that is how many people live in Monterey, how many housing units are we required to build, how many people will live in that, and you find a discrepancy. The AMBAG rationale, or the HCD rationale, as Kim pointed out, that ensures that we have our fair share of people living here who work here and should live here, is something that we have to accept and have to understand that that's part of our state's obligation to ensure that people work where they live or live where they work. And also a diverse community is part of that. What makes Monterey harder to get grants is that we are not accepted as a disadvantaged community. And so it's a double whammy for us. So we have to become more open to a more diverse community. But since we are regarded as an affluent community, a lot of the funding sources are not available for us. So that's another challenge we have in that. So I hope I answered that number game a little bit. There are questions like I shared with you, but MBAC and the city of Monterey, we went over that in quite detail a couple of times, and we agreed in the end that we will do a better job as a city to ensure that next time around we have a really more say in what the numbers will look like, and we are committed to help better than we did in the past.
Okay, Andrew, I have a few questions. Can you describe AMI? You spoke to it earlier a little bit. Why do we use the county AMI, and how does that impact eligibility in the city of Monterey?
Yeah, that comes from it comes from the federal affordability requirements, which are then reflected in the state requirements. The state is the one that defines those income tranches, and that's the way they do it. It's based on the area median income, which is typically the county. So in Monterey County, if you're in Marin County, it's Marin County. So it varies from region to region, but it's the state that defines how that metric is.
And then the last part of that is if you could describe how that would impact eligibility for folks that live here in the city of Monterey.
Yeah, so that
and it's I'm almost leading a comment there, and if I could, I would just describe that it's more expensive to live in the city of Monterey, and the AMI for the county is a lot lower. So it's easier for folks to fall out of eligibility for affordable units in the city of Monterey because we have to comply. We have to use the AMI for the county.
Yeah, perhaps you just answered your own question.
I did. Yeah, no, I did.
Yeah.
We spoke to no, I'm not going to ask that. You spoke to how the community surveys will open up on March 1st. When is that going to close?
We'd like to leave it open for a month.
Okay. And then 2 thoughts on the survey. Can messaging be at the end of the survey that allows folks to find ways of staying engaged and connected and like the ongoing process so that they know how to stay posted on the preceding steps?
Yeah, absolutely. There's we haven't decided about that. There's a possibility to have people, provide their email address. We can make that optional. Sometimes that kind of information can be a barrier to participation. People don't like to share their information. And so maybe if we make it optional, we could do that.
Perfect. Yep. And that kind of gets to my next point is non-attribution part. I know particularly in the renter community, there's folks that are probably not interested in participating because of concern about retaliation or whatever that might look like. So I'm glad to hear that that's being built into it. How does the unhoused community fit into the discussion of the housing element?
Yeah. So homelessness absolutely is something that needs to be addressed in the housing element. That needs assessment that I mentioned has a whole section devoted to the unhoused community, and there's a lot of legal requirements for things that cities must do. Update their codes for compliance with law. So those will be features that we'll need. I'm sure that we'll need to include programs in the housing element to bring the city into compliance with new state law. But we can also look at other solutions. That'll be something that I think comes out of the conversation with the community about where's the need, what are the potential solutions, where's the consensus around what the city should be doing, and we'll build those into the housing action plan.
Perfect. And then I just kind of wanted to feed off of one of Gino's points in regards to the promotion and marketing. I wonder if there could be an additional benefit if we use local media to help with that as well. So if we put ads in the weekly, I'm not sure if that's something that we can build into the marketing strategy as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Earned media is great too.
Perfect. Okay. Well, let's pause from our group and let's open it up to the public to provide comments. So we'll start off in the chambers, and we're gonna go ahead and limit this. I know y'all are hating me for this. We're gonna limit it to 2 minutes because we have a whole other agenda item to get to tonight. And I want to hear the feedback, but I also want to be mindful that there's folks here too for another issue.
Yes, Kevin Dayton, Government Affairs Director for Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. One of our priority goals is to increase the supply of housing that's affordable for ordinary people here. First, excellent question, Council Member Garcia, asking about how we are in the current cycle of the regional housing needs allocation. And I did email that to you. You will find that embedded in a report that was given to the City Council last April. And I'll tell you that the total number for that was 650. From 2013 to 2020, they had 108 permitted, 2 new ones permitted in 2021. So out of 650, they got 110, and there was 540 left. And you'll be getting, I'm sure, from Kim Cole, the numbers for the last year of that. And by the way, I actually think these regional housing needs allocations, they are a little bit of a scam because it's, building permits, and I really don't count it a new housing unit until it's actually occupied. So, I think they have that thing on North Fremont that's in that number, but it's still a vacant lot. Going beyond that, I think that a lot of the things that Mr. Hill gave some suggestions on how to build units. One thing he didn't mention is what you're going to need more than anything else is courage, because your opponents and your obstacle is democracy. The people don't want the housing. They don't want it anywhere in California. They don't want it. Here are the people cheering. The people don't want housing. They like the population decline that's going on in this region and in the state. Polls and surveys show it. And for you to actually build this housing, which you should be doing as a moral and ethical responsibility, is going to subject you to political opposition. Do you have the courage for it? And I hope you do. I do. And I don't care what people say. We need that housing here for the future of this region in this country.
Yeah. Good evening again, Tom Raleigh. I need to thank Hans for inviting me to come back. The Highway 68 plan, which was adopted by the voters of Monterey in I think 83, 84. That was when Monterey was envisioned to go all the way to Laurellis Grade. You knew council people have no idea what was planned back 35 years ago. Since then, all the development, Pasadena, Rancho Monterey, Tehama, all of this has been developed in the county. And when you look at the Highway 68 area plan, and it was basically, if there was no level of service C on Salinas Highway, there would be no new annexations. When you look at the map, where we could potentially solve and find locations for the development is all along the Salinas Highway corridor. Again, transportation, I just was at a meeting this afternoon. We haven't figured out how to fix Salinas Highway yet. So the other thing is the mayor and the city manager are meeting with the presidents of all the homeowners associations. It's either was the 7th of, it's very soon, in 1 or 2 weeks. Our neighborhood is meeting on April 3rd. We meet once a year. You need to use the existing, you said 7 touches. You need to get out through the existing organizations that communicate. We all have a newsletter. We have Mr. Smith is our councilman. We have every area of Monterey represented, already represented. So trying to do these surveys and door to door, you don't have enough time to cover anything in the time you're talking about. So I'd like you to suggest you use the existing communications that we have. And Cal-Am says it's going to be 5 years before the decel is completed. And a new decel could be 10 years or longer.
As pointed out by staff, and I think we all agree, that the elephant in the room are the water constraints, the lack of water. The fastest and quickest way to augment the water supply is the expansion of the recycled water. Cal-Am has done everything to try and stop and delay this project. I think that the city officially should join with its Monterey Peninsula Water Management District to communicate with the California Public Utilities Commission and any other agency that has to do with the augmentation of water. It is probably too late to join in the lawsuits that are now pending. But I think that the city, as a city, should take a more active role. Thank you.
And sir, I'll just reassure you that earlier this afternoon, the council did vote to sign a letter to the CPUC. So
Mayor, Council, and Planning Commission, some of the hurdles that you have in housing are just obstructionists, as this deed restriction I'm talking about. And Hans doesn't understand title work because there is no subordination clause in there, which means that if I pay off the loan, you jump into first position with your deed restriction. And if I should try to get financing later on, you're going to be in front of me and I'm going to need a subordination clause from a title from you saying we're going to subordinate to this new loan. That's why it's in there that if there's a foreclosure, it still applies to the property, even though your deed restriction will be wiped out. You're wrong, Hans, and to call me out on that, and I've talked to you about it. This is what I do for a business. Okay. So these deed restrictions and all these things that are stopping some people from doing things, especially me, is going to stop what you're trying to accomplish. And in all fairness, I think that you haven't reached out to the people that actually build and do things to get these things done. Because ultimately, the plan with no action, without the people behind it that actually put the money and do the things, is just a piece of paper. Stop just churning paper. Let's do something that creates action, because low-cost income people are demanding it.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Tom Gowing. I moved to the peninsula here in 1976. We had water problems back then. Since then, they've torn down a dam. Month of January, we had a great rain. Where did that water go? Into the ocean. I think it was 1994, 95, and 98 when Monterey was an island. If you lived here, you remember that. Where does that water go? There is no way in hell the rest of us want to have more people here. We just don't. Sacramento doesn't understand this peninsula. This peninsula, as I've said, and you have said, and everybody said, is unique to the world. There's no other area in the world that's like this, from beauty, from people, for expenses. And there's some people that just can't live here. I'd love to live in Pebble Beach on the ocean, but I can't afford it. But that doesn't deter me from leaving the area. So I think you need to look at going to Sacramento and sending the politicians up there and saying, hey, we don't want this stuff you're jamming down our throat. Thank you for your time.
Your Honor, members of council, Planning Commission. I served on one for a long time. Your job's hard, the council's job's easy. I'm here on behalf of the Hospitality Association as a member of the board. I want to be very clear that we will be engaged in whatever way is deemed constructive to get this problem resolved. We are talking about a process that's going to increase our population by roughly 25% and our total number of residents by roughly 25%. As it was pointed out by the consultant, it doesn't mean that by the deadline we have to have that housing built. We have to have it zoned and ready to go. So we as a hospitality association, you all know we have some certain strong feelings about water. But the real issue here is to get our heads down and focus on the job at hand, which is the zoning and the location. Someday we will have water. But if we keep talking about water and don't pay attention to the fundamental issue of building the units and knowing how tall they have to be and where they have to be so they can build safely, we're wasting a lot of valuable time. And we're dedicated to that. Thank you.
Anybody else in the chambers wishes to speak on this item? All right, let's go online, please.
We have a few online, and first person joining us on Zoom is Kalisha Webster.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and commissioners. My name is Kalisha Webster, and I'm the Senior Housing Advocate at Housing Choices, a nonprofit service provider working with Monterey County residents with developmental disabilities to help them find and retain affordable housing. A developmental disability is a lifelong, substantial disability attributable to major impairment of cognitive and/or social functioning, which under state law entitles individuals to receive suite of supportive services which allow them to live in the community and are funded by their local regional center. Because of the nature of their disability, many people with developmental disabilities are unable to attain the type of full-time, high-paying employment needed to live in this incredibly expensive community. Instead, many are on fixed incomes from disability benefits or work part-time in low-wage jobs. While people with developmental disabilities are entitled to receive supportive services to live in the least restrictive setting of their choosing, without access to deeply affordable housing, they are being forced out of the community that they grew up in, which is why SB 812 requires cities to not only analyze the housing needs of people with developmental disabilities, but also to develop programs and policies that will meet their housing needs. Currently, more than half of the city of Monterey's adults with developmental disabilities live at home with aging parents, not by choice, but because of the lack of deeply affordable housing in the community. Remaining in the family home puts these adults at increased risk of homelessness or displacement when parents are no longer able to provide housing. One way that neighboring communities are planning to meet the housing needs of the vulnerable population is by developing inclusive, affordable housing, where some units in a project are set aside for people with developmental disabilities who will benefit from on-site supportive services to keep them stably housed. Housing Choices believes that the city of Monterey should explore programs and policies which will increase production of extremely low-income housing and commit to making some of these units subject to preference for people with developmental disabilities and other special needs populations at greatest risk of homelessness or displacement. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on the dot. Okay, next is
That's pretty precise.
Rick Altinger. Welcome. Are you there, Rick? If you can unmute, please, we'll be able to hear you.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council, Commission. I'm Rick Aldinger, Chair of the Monterey County Hospitality Association, as well as a resident of Monterey. And, I'm pleased to see the focus put on the need for workforce housing on the Monterey Peninsula. If we're going to keep our economy strong, this is critical. It just can't be the importance of workforce housing can't be overstated. So it's really nice to see that as being part of the focus of the plan. On water, it seems clear to me that the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District is out of touch with the realities of our water needs, and along with where more water will come from. I think I heard Councilman Smith suggest that he wishes the council would have a position, the city would have a position on the desal plant, and I think that's critical as well. And I would urge the city to actively and enthusiastically support the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project so that we get our water challenges, our water issues behind us, and we can actually move forward and actually accomplish something on the housing front. And so I think that's a really important part of it. Thank you very much. And again, appreciate the work that you're all putting into this.
Great. Thank you, Rick. Your next caller here is last three digits of their phone number is 902. 902.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I'm very concerned about the very short timeline. A draft is going to be put together in only 4 months. That would be hasty analysis and input for such a fast turnaround for such far-reaching plans and changes. That seems very inadequate. As far as a mailer to the city, will all residents be included, including renters, because they're typically excluded from land use project notification? And if it can be done for these surveys, it can be done for all city projects, notifying all residents, including renters. It's interesting, the juxtaposition of this with the wireless ordinance, which follows this item. There's a real trust issue that has to be overcome between the residents and city management staff. There's staff agendas have not been shared with residents. We've heard community engagement, that term, many times, but the community has not been listened to. There have been consultants in the past hired that have made errors, appear to be ignorant of laws, and have bias and conflict of interest. The RENA numbers are based on what factor did the military desire for expansion of facilities and input have on these inflated numbers? The CUS, that's the compatible use plan, has indicated significant military involvement in their desire for this. The population is decreasing in California. It was just announced 500,000 people going down in population over the last 2 years. So how will the state or AMBAG reduce RENA numbers with decreasing population? Water viability is decreasing, ocean pollution is rising, and the aquifers have been significantly impacted, including the Seaside Basin, by the Fort Ord contamination. The Santa Rosa Urgency Ordinance, there are innovative programs happening in Santa Rosa, but we need to talk to residents and community members about whether that ordinance is viable. The DLI is on a significant piece of property. If the DLI
I'm
property
sorry,
was
Ms. Beatty,
free,
your
that
time
large area would be
expired, so I apologize. Have to move on to the next person, and that will be Esther Malkin.
Hello, Esther Malkin, Monterey Peninsula Renters United, renamed Monterey County Renters United because of the expansion and the need of renters being represented. I'm curious as to why HDC doesn't specify what type of units besides the income levels, because clearly at the HUD income levels, there's not a single one of those people that are going to become homeowners. So are they differentiating between which units are going to be rentals? Because adding more rentals is just going to give more landlords and property management companies more income on the backs of the renters that already can't afford what we have for rents. There's a contradiction by calling our city affluent, yet AMI is 90,000 for a family of 4. I am pretty sure that not a single person sitting in that room today is has a family of 4 that makes $90,000, especially in a community that has such low wages, such low paying jobs. So I'm not quite sure how all of that 7,000 that they expect to bring in to the city that's going to need that housing is coming from. I will say that the part of why those job numbers might be off is because most renters and lower income people have to work multiple jobs to be able to afford the current rates. So that could be a reason why that's off. And to those that keep saying we don't want more people here, we are looking to accommodate the existing workers here that make your lives and the lives of the businesses here possible to succeed. So we have to accommodate the people who are already coming here, which will then reduce traffic, reduce carbon emissions, and all the other things that the rest of the people who aren't low wage earners have the luxury to concern themselves about instead of worrying on how they're going to feed their families and pay their rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. All right, we'll go on to Gabriel Sanders. Welcome, Gabriel.
Hello. Well, first of all, I'd just like to echo the sentiments that were just expressed by Mrs. Malkin. She has a much larger view of what community is here in terms of including the people who make the hospitality and retail industries on Monterey Peninsula, including the city of Monterey, possible. And the representative of the Hospitality Association seemed to reiterate the same thing. So when it comes to including people in the RENA numbers, that's what it's talking about. Those people are part of the number because they have jobs here, and making it easier for them to live here is the task of the city. That is an inclusive way of thinking when it comes to planning. So on behalf of myself as a resident of the city, I wholeheartedly agree. And on behalf of Monterey County Land Watch, for whom I work as the deputy director, I wholeheartedly agree as well. So as a representative of Land Watch, I'm here to advocate for as much infill development as possible, not only to reduce the GHG greenhouse gas emissions from reduced commutes for people who shouldn't have to drive for 20, 30, 60 minutes just to get to their job, but also for the fact that it creates a larger tax base for the city. There's better revenue from places that upzone and have higher buildings. And we're not talking about skyscrapers in Monterey, but if you upzone along North Fremont, in downtown, Lighthouse Avenue, there are all sorts of possibilities there, and I would highly encourage the city to explore as much upzoning as possible. Accessory dwelling units are a great idea, but they are a marginal fix. There just aren't enough people who will build them, and we need to explore what can we do to increase development probability for that sites inventory. I know that the city is working hard on all of this, and I have faith in all the staff that they will take care of it the best that they can. This is a plan for when the water will be here, so we need to act as though it will. Thank you for hearing this out.
Thank you, Gabriel. And our next caller has the last three digits of their phone number is 705. Last three digits, 705.
Yes, hello, good evening. Lorna Moffett here. So I would suggest that you do a survey of all property owners asking what incentive they would have to allow their empty houses to be rented. Lower or no property taxes. That alone might offset any need for building housing units. So it's a really good idea what someone suggested, looking into all the empty houses and buildings. And also, I would consider that we have to put a cap on the 3,600. That there has to be a limit after that. So we just can't, we don't have any room to build more unless we want this to be San Jose or Los Angeles. And we have to make that commitment. And we can look to Cambria because Cambria does it and they stick to it. And they've kept a beautiful, serene and peaceful abode there. And I would sue the governor for absolutely putting impossible demands on our city. And that would save more money than building all these housing units. And it would help our environment. Thank you.
Thanks, Lorna. Okay, we'll go on to our next call in. Phone number is 279, last three digits, 279.
Hello, my name is Monica Lull. I'm the president and CEO of the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the presentation and the thorough, thoughtful discussions we've heard this evening. I echo what I've heard from the hospitality industry. I echo what I've heard from many components of what Gabriel Sanders and Landwatch said, and the inclusivity that Esther Malkin spoke of. We hope our staff, our hospitality, our service industry, our professional class, all the government staff that are part of our community are able to find housing. There is not enough. We need more entry-level housing. There are many words that can be put to that, but as someone born and raised here, born in the hospitality industry, when many of us could still live in the city and work in the city, it is still possible. We encourage thoughtful exploration. I think these decisions will impact everyone. And I concur with Kevin Dayton, our government affairs liaison, that it will take political courage. And we are prepared to provide support, information, share surveys, however we can help with this conversation. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Thanks so much, Monica. And let's see, I think that is all for raised hands. Oh, Tammy Jennings did have her hand up earlier and it's back up. So we'll take her. Tammy, thanks for joining us.
Hi, yes. Oh, of course, my phone's ringing right now, so I'm going to get off. I just want to say, shoot, hold, no, I can't hold on. I'm hanging up. Goodbye. I'm sorry.
Tammy,
Okay. Oh, I guess that call must have been important. We have no other callers.
Tammy, if Tammy, if you're still listening, you can call back in a second. We have a public comment in the chambers if you happen to get us before we close the public comment. So sir, why don't you come up to the mic?
Hi, Carrie Ann. I'm sorry, I'm on a Zoom and they just called me and you rang and they could hear you in the background, so I have
Tammy,
to.
you're still, hi.
You know, I've muted Tammy. I think we can ask her for written public comment. Sure, later.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. The fun
Hello,
of
my
Zoom.
name is Gordon Foxworthy. I'm resident and businessman in Monterey for a long time. Perhaps this is a question to Brian, was unclear to me, is infrastructure. We all know we have Highway 68, we have the one. We have emergency situations. I moved here 25 years ago. You could go anywhere you wanted. Didn't have to worry about it. Now you have to plan where you want to go, as you all well know. Our infrastructure plans as far as inlets and outlets of this beautiful town, part of this plan. Okay, so I'd be very interested to hear suggestions in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we don't have anybody else online, is that correct?
That's correct.
Tammy. Oh, she's back. Let's let her go.
Okay, Tammy, you're back.
I'm so sorry, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. Anyway, I just wanted to say that one thing, we're talking about water all this time. Does everybody realize that the voters of Monterey voted to buy out Cal-Am? And maybe Cal-Am won't even be around in 10 years when their desal plant. So desal plant is something that we have to consider, but it might not be from Cal-Am. And I also want to say that all of the other people that have been talking about this, you guys, that was a great presentation. Thank you. My hat's off to all you guys. I would not want to be in your position right now, but I really believe that the 3,000 homes is way too much, and we should talk to the governor and tell him he is way out of range with our beautiful, unique area. And we do need housing, but maybe not that much. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Tammy. All right, that concludes public comment online. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so one of the things that Hans had expressed to me in going into this joint session was the opportunity for the council to give some good direction to the planning commission as they go forward. So that way their time could be best utilized in going through the public discourse on this topic. And so I just wanted to give the council one last opportunity to go around and provide some last thoughts as we separate here with the planning commission. So who would like to take a lead here? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really have three thoughts I'd like to share with our planning commission. One is something I mentioned in my questioning, which is that I don't think we want to be eliminating large swathes of the city because of environmental risk hazards, because I think that's true of much of the city. Instead, I think we really need to put some attention at looking at our building standards to make sure that whatever those hazards are, new construction can be built safely. So if we have to change our building standards for particular parts of the city, then let's do that, and let's do it thoughtfully. But let's not just say we're not going to do anything there. Two, the caller that talked about upzoning, I think, is spot on. I don't think that as helpful and as important as ADUs can be, they're not going to be the majority of the housing, nor do I think they should be. I don't think we necessarily want to densify R1 neighborhoods. Instead, I think that'll create transportation issues. It'll create parking issues. It'll create lots of other issues. Instead, we should put the housing where we have transit. And so the caller talked about Lighthouse, North Fremont.
the downtown, Del Monte. Those are the areas where we need to really be a little bit more creative in upzoning and, maybe going higher than in the past. No, we're not talking about skyscrapers. We don't want that. We don't want San Jose, but I think we have to have more housing. It's a huge issue, and that's the proper place to have it, is where people can take transit, where they don't need cars, as many cars, and where they're close to the jobs. The third thing I would really mention is the Fort Ord property. The water, I think it's 64 acre feet of water is not, paper water. It's real water. Marina Coast Water District has a legal obligation to supply us with that water. So right out of the gate, that's an advantage that property has over lots of other things. So we've looked at it in the past, we've gone back and forth, but I really think we need to come up with a creative vision for a community there that would sort of integrate jobs as well as housing, and hopefully jobs where some of the people that live there could work there, so that you wouldn't have impact on Highway 68. So that would be my 3 points. And then finally, this is something that, although we'll hear some folks who don't want any growth, and that's why we haven't had housing to meet our needs over the years, and why we have a homeless problem, and why we have a housing problem, and why a majority of our workers have to drive in on Highway 68 and on Highway 1. And that's why Highway 68 and Highway 1 are packed. That's why we have that issue, is because we don't have the housing here where the jobs are. And so we really need to tackle this. A majority of our residents want us to tackle this. We elected a mayor who's committed and ran on a platform of tackling this. And I know he's committed to it. And so I really hope our planning commission will be as well.
Thank you. You want to jump in next? Yeah.
Thank you. Just a couple of points, and one echoing what Alan just mentioned about upzoning. Completely agree with that. I do think that in terms of ADUs, there's an opportunity there. I don't necessarily think that if every homeowner has the opportunity, that every homeowner will take it. So I think there's still opportunity there to make that available to homeowners and still have neighborhoods that are not negatively impacted by parking and transportation and all that. So just 2 points that I wanted to share. Thanks.
So for me, I'm echoing what my colleagues are saying as well, dealing with the upzoning, but want to make sure that they're conscious about Lighthouse and a lot of the higher scales, as far as being the high scale properties, because you have to remember, a lot of people who brought properties back in that area have the view, even how they have built their houses up to be able to see. And if you have a whole lot of high rises, a lot of times that could impact on that. So I'm not saying to take away that, but I'm saying to be creative in being able to see how to utilize those units alongside of Lighthouse, as well as remembering parking with any of these pieces, and especially in that area where the parking is already an issue, to be able to remember that particular element.
Okay, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, welcome, Bob, to the Planning Commission. You're a brave soul to join this crew, and I think you're going to do very well.
I think Sandra's a little offended.
Steve, that was like an Oreo cookie, a compliment with a warning and another compliment. You're a good group. You're a good group. This is fun, and I think we should do this more often than waiting 3 years. But thank you all for what you do. I know that you do a lot of reading, and you do a lot of the weighty issues, and you bring a vote, and then once in a while we get an appeal, and if you're offended, I'm sorry. Hopefully we explain it well enough when we do overturn a decision. But I think when we step back and we look at the governmental process that we do in Monterey, this system works so well. And your independent judgment and you weighing in on important matters really helps support our effort at the council. So we cannot do what we do without a highly effective functioning planning commission and ARC and all the other commissions that serve, commissions and boards that serve the city so well. So you all do it very well. And so thank you very much for your time and effort in that. With the context of tonight, I don't really have any other statements that you need to hear that you haven't already heard. I'm in favor of housing, but I also want to protect our neighborhoods. I don't want to go too high because I don't want to lose our views, as Kim has mentioned. But there are some properties with the topography that works. So looking at 3-story, 4-story, when those opportunities come up, I'm in favor of the right projects that bring us housing and what we need. And you all know the dilemma. We've talked about it tonight. It's water and the cost. And those are things that the Planning Commission doesn't have to solve, but the private sector has to step up and do more as well. So we look forward to 2023 and beyond to see how this plays out, seeing what resources we may have, and doing anything and everything within our power, Planning Commission and Council, to be able to be very careful with our choices that weigh the balance of residents' needs for quality of life here, as well as opportunities where we can slide properties in that we are able to take advantage of what resources we have. Another thing, I am very frustrated at the inability to get Garden Road going. And I look forward to any dialogue that we can get, as we have to put pressure and we have to agitate and we have to be in the business of trying to push the envelopes. But you all know you're current with it just like we are. That's probably our biggest opportunity site that we look forward to being able to find the water to be able to do that and push that along. Interested in Fort Ord, not interested in going through a long process where we go in an RFP and get crazy ideas that doesn't result in anything. But I think, Alan, you hit it right where we need to put our heads together and craft what we want that project to be that delivers a combination of housing and some workforce opportunities there. But I think that that's a big opportunity if we partner with Delray Oaks, because that one takes money, because there's zero infrastructure, power, sewage, or anything else to that site. So if we can partner with the neighbor or a builder to see if we can get some units out there, I'd be interested in doing that. Maybe the units are a care facility, I don't know, but anything that can give us more credits towards the RENA numbers and also opportunities for people to move into spaces that they need. Thanks again for your work and all of your dedication. And I know you all take phone calls and emails as well from members of the public. And I think that's the way it should be, that we're all accessible. And then it comes down to your vote. We take the vote, we own the vote, and sometimes it moves to an appeal, sometimes it doesn't. But we have a wonderful city that has a functioning government, and a government that cares about our business and residents. And we pay attention to the details. That's why the Monterey Way works so well. And you've all been a part of it for many years. So much appreciated your efforts. And let's keep 2023 on the horizon to be less big elephants and more happy things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. So I wanted to start off my thoughts here with just responding to the need for this conversation around balance. There's folks that don't want any development at all. There are folks that are super enthusiastic about moving forward with this. And I think the reality is that we're not going to be able to sue or fight the states and getting no housing. That's just not an option. And this is feeding a bigger part of the issue and why we're doing this. There are people that live here in this town that are being priced out, that are finding it unaffordable to live here. So when we're talking about quality of life, we need to make sure that we're taking care of our neighbors. And we need to do this together. And it's not an easy solution. We didn't get here overnight. This is something that's been pent up for decades. And so one of the questions that was asked that maybe staff could respond to was around this idea of potentially decreasing our RENA allocation because we see that the state population is decreasing. Well, we saw our population increase in this last census data, but even still, even if we did see a population decrease, there was still a lack of housing developed over the last several decades. And so we need to make sure that we're doing our part. I would talk to people when I was campaigning, and they would be well-off people. And they would identify that their kids or their grandkids can't live here anymore. And we're all paying a lot of tax dollars to this community. We're investing in this community for what? For our children not to be able to live here because we're only going to allow wealthy people to move into this town. And then what does that mean towards taking care of our economy and making sure that we're allowing sustainability long-term into the future? So we do need to think big. And I think that there is a way that we can do this, that we all of our communities are doing our part. We're not going to say, let's put all the sky rises in Lighthouse, but I think that there's some moderation that we can look at there. We're not going to put it all in downtown. We heard the president of Downtown Neighborhood Association expressing a lot of concern around developing in downtown. And I agree with Gabe Sanders, who called in from Landwatch earlier, around the need for us to look at upzoning. I think that's where the priority needs to be as much as possible. We need to allow the dense areas to become more dense and get more housing in there, create a more walkable, bikeable community and help reduce those greenhouse gas emissions. But we're not going to squeeze them all down that downtown. And so I definitely think that we need to circle back around in this conversation with our portion of Fort Ord. And I've already had some initial conversations with Hans around working with the Delray Oaks City Council and working in collaboration because they are looking at developing their land and we should be working in sync. And in fact, we need Delray Oaks because the infrastructure will go down their property. So, it's all hands on deck and it's the ADUs as well. So we need to be able to help incentivize opportunities for folks to create ADUs. I want to be able to create an ADU on my property, thinking about people that maybe aren't wealthy in the community. It might create an opportunity to create a little bit of extra income. So we need to create these opportunities where we can, and it's spreading it all out. It's not shoving it all over there. And so that's what my hope is when we are engaging with the public on this topic. Is it's not saying put it all over there, but it's how can we do our part here in our community so that we can help the betterment of the entire town. A big piece of this conversation is the community engagement piece. And I just really appreciated staff and Andrea, I appreciated the good explanation in regards to what's been done already and what's to come. I would want us to make sure that we're leaning in hard there because to me, that's the most important piece of this all. And that's what's going to really allow us going from this planning phase to actually implementing and being effective at that. And so I heard the idea of reaching out to the employers and working with the workforce. And I really encourage the fact that we do that because that's a huge part of who we need to look after here. The social media piece, I'm particularly interested in that. And I'd love to see more about what that plan looks like. I want to touch on the water piece for a second. Water is absolutely important, and we need to have that conversation. We discussed that earlier in the afternoon session today. This council is going to discuss water more coming up in the near term. So these conversations are going to happen. I just want to be careful that we're not talking about water so much during the topic of housing, even though they're connected. We can't do the housing without the water, that we're forgetting the needs for us to focus on the policies as they relate to updating our housing. Because if and when we do get that water and we're not ready with the housing policy implementation, then we just shot ourselves in the foot. So I just hope that we use this opportunity as we're talking about the housing element. Yes, let's acknowledge the water piece, but let's focus on what we need to do with the housing. The challenge is with building in Monterey, we have these higher numbers. it's more expensive to build in Monterey than it would be in Marina and Seaside. So it creates a great challenge. But I think it's a good segue for us to talk about these deeper conversations around more regional collaboration. Most folks, I would ask everybody in this room, how many of you have friends and family that live in other communities throughout the peninsula? How many of you know exactly where every single border is between Monterey and PG and Seaside and Delray Oaks and Sand City and Marina? I mean, it's a little bit of a free-flowing area, and we need to do better at working better together. And so there's been efforts at the county to try to do a 21 elements like model that they have in San Mateo, where all the jurisdictions in the county are collaborating. I think there's a great opportunity for us to dive in there. There's efforts going on right now to do a regional trust fund where we put money in, the state will match that up to $5 million. The state will give us an extra $5 million. Why are we not leveraging those opportunities? And I think that the city of Monterey has a really good opportunity to be competitive in those regional funds, because we're saying, hey, we want to do our part and make sure that we're providing housing for one of the major employers within the region. I'm almost done. The idea of an urgency ordinance, I definitely am interested in looking at what that is. And I don't know how this works, but somehow I would love for us to use this time with the housing element and the public discourse now to have the public debate around where does housing go? And then I don't know if the urgency ordinance could do something where it allows that conversation to be had and we can move forward with getting the housing developed with the public discussion that we've already had during the housing element conversation. And then a pro-housing city. So the state has created a program where they deem jurisdictions a pro-housing city. And I'd love for us to work our way there. And I know it's not going to happen overnight, but if we can get those elements figured out and into our housing element, that will make us more competitive for additional state level grants and opportunities. We need to find the opportunities. There's a lot of elephants in the room. Housing is a big, very scary topic. It's very complicated. We can't do nothing. We have to do something, and we can't be overwhelmed by it. We have to celebrate the successes along the way and feel good about the direction that we're going in. So I really just am enthusiastic about where this council stands in regards to how pro-housing we're going to be. And there's going to be tough conversations, but we're going to have some small wins here, and we have to be able to celebrate those. I'll stop there. I also wanted to provide an opportunity for any of our commissioners to jump in and provide any closing remarks while we have you.
Chair?
Can you use my?
This is your opportunity.
I don't know. I'm not happy about a lot of things that are being what I would consider crammed down our throat. I just think to find balance and what we have to do here is going to be a challenge. The numbers, when I saw them lined up earlier and the allocations, I just look at that and I think, we have the biggest numbers to come up with, and yet we have the most challenging ability to address those numbers. And we're going to accomplish this a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit everywhere around, but it's just disappointing to me and somehow unrealistic. I think the state has been about what we're able to accomplish. I'm not going to let that deter the work that we're going to do, but as an architect and looking at checklists for design review coming down the road for us, I'm just really concerned. We spoke about our quality of life in this wonderful city that we have here. I'm just concerned about our future and our future ability to control the quality of life that we have. So,
Commissioner John.
I think that our job and planning commission is to do the heavy lifting. And we have been doing the heavy lifting. I'd really like to get it to the point where all that the council has to do is nod their heads. And then I'll know that we've done a great job. But that's what I'm looking forward to.
Appreciate it.
I just want to go back on probably made a poor point
in the last thing that I said, with 40,000 jobs in Monterey and 20,000 people, the moment is now. And the moment is now is to create the zoning that allows for growth. The growth isn't going to happen now, but the need is now. And so I think that we can create the zoning that will enable that.
Thank you.
When I first started as a commissioner, Terry warned me, he said, people are going to get angry at you. This is going to be another one of those topics, I'm sure, but one of the things I learned last week at address to Councilperson Smith's point was, we were notified that for the small residences, because I asked, are we going to go to R3 on all plots instead of R1? Because you're going to be able to put up to 3 houses on one lot. But I asked about how are we going to do all these little buildings without some outside finance capability? The state representative got up and notified us that for ADUs and JADUs, there is funding available from both religious organizations as well as the state. It just, as I understand it, it's a longer road, but there is, that light at the end of the tunnel is not a freight train. So we need to look at that. One of the things that a lot of people have asked me is if the city could expand the city limits to allow more space, and in some cases, different water tables. So I just throw that out there for consideration. One of the things that came up, the city has some small lots in the city that do not meet current standards for housing. And I think it was Marin, they came up with an idea for small spaces. You take whatever square footage is available, you put in all the setbacks, you figure out how many square feet you have left. And if it's say 200, that means you can put a 200 square foot footprint on that lot and maybe even go 2 stories to get 400. Smaller houses, but recent study I just read says that age groups from 18 to 58, 60, somewhere in there, want about 16 to 1,800 square feet. They don't feel they need more. So we can start looking at smaller houses. And a lot of people are doing with the 400 and 500 square foot houses for 2 people. I lived in a 900 square foot house with my wife, and I don't think I want to do that again.
But give her a compliment so it covers that.
Oh, I always do.
It's me, not you.
She's watching.
The Highway 68 question came up. Tom brought it up and other people have discussed it, but I think this is a good opportunity for the city to use the dangers involved with impacting by making denser society to put pressure on the state to do the 68 expansion. I know there's another quarter that's going to raise Cain over that issue, but when I first came here, I came back from my service time, I used to think that there was some group keeping the Monterey Peninsula with only 2 2-lane roadways. Well, that's not true. I found that out, but we've never been able to get the respect that I think the peninsula deserves by having that Highway 68 expansion. And you can just point right at the arena and say, based on the pressure you're putting pressure on us, we think that you need to move ahead on this. It's going to take the same 10 years it's going to take us. But we're going to be moving in the right direction. We also need the infrastructure to support what we're planning here. That's going to be, and let me just say this, I think our staff is doing a great job, and I think we're going to be giving them a whole lot more work to accomplish. But when we did the Garden Road project, I looked around, there is no grocery store near that. The state and now the city is focusing on trips. How much mileage does it take to do your daily business? I think that we need to look at that closely because There's no grocery store for that whole end of Monterey. And now we're talking about maybe moving into Bryan Ranch. We need to put in the things that people go to, drive other places to. So we need to incorporate that into consideration of what we're doing here. I think what we're looking at here is we're coming up with a plan to herd the elephants. And I look forward to it because I think it's going to be a lot of work for us, but I found that there's really no, if you get public participation, there's nothing that is insurmountable, but sometimes that pressure just needs a little bit of oil and grease to make it move. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. I really think that Garden Road has some real possibilities. The whole idea behind it, looking at light industrial, going ahead and trying to convert that into housing. When I was on the ARC, we received a number of presentations, and what was really disappointing about it was that the developers had to scale back what they were hoping to do because there was just not enough water. And one of the comments that was made today was, can we transfer water credits? You know, if we could move the water credits that we have at Ryan Ranch or at Port Ord to the city, we could look at Garden Road being more dense, being including how shopping and other activities. It's just that the water is not there. And so how you plan ahead to be able to have the water not holding you back, but zoning and building the code to be able to have the high density housing areas when the water is available is something that we should really try to address aggressively. And I'd like to know more about how we can move the water credits around. You know, if it can be contiguous to the site, can it be separate? Is there ways that we may want to get with state government to help facilitate, you know, changing some of those rules if they do exist that would hinder that. So we can have the high density build up in areas where it really can have an impact.
So this meeting tonight is really great. It's just so valuable to the planning commission to get this direct input from the city council. So thank you for putting this together. So that it is a pretty daunting task, this 2031, you know, Monterey document that we're going to have to put together. And we don't have much time to do it. So that's, you know, it's going to be interesting how we're going to come up with all this. But we have a great staff, Kim and Christy and the whole planning staff, and we have excellent consultants that we've hired. So, because they are, you know, they do the, you know, as you know, the most of the actual writing of these documents and putting them together. So, I'm sure we'll be able to do it. We kind of have to, you know, it's almost like doing a school project. You have to finish it by the deadline, and this is quite an intense deadline that we have to meet. But one of my biggest concerns is with rooms full of elephants and camps of worms and low-hanging fruit. We're getting this metaphor. We're going to be crushed by metaphors if we don't watch out. So.
Well, Hans, do you have any last thoughts here from staff at all? I just want to echo the comments. I really appreciate staff and the team for the work being done in this area. I know that we're a little bit short-staffed too, so that we're looking at getting a housing, I don't know exactly the title, housing program manager. Or I don't know, I'm getting the titles wrong. There's two positions that we're looking at recruiting for, and I'm excited to get some folks into those positions so that we can make sure that we have a full team on deck to get things done. So appreciate you all carrying the weight and getting us across the finish line here. And much appreciation to all of our planning commissioners for stepping up and serving. I know that a lot of you have been doing work in the city way before I started getting involved. So I just am honored to be sitting here with you all today and just am deeply grateful for everything that you do for your city. So thank you for being here, and we look forward to the continued dialogue over the next year. Thanks, everybody. Okay, I'm going to ask a question, and I'm just doing this because I want to get a sense from the public that's here for the next agenda item. Are we wanting to slug through this, or are we wanting to table this and do this for another time? What's the sense from the audience?
How long is it gonna take for the cell tower?
Well, the thing is, so I guess I guess I shouldn't ask the question. Part of this is once we get going, it's going to keep going. I mean, we can't really cut off public comment. So
Yeah.
yeah, we could cut it off at 11, and we're just not going to give it its full time. Let's take a 15-minute break and let's see what happens here.
15?
15.
Welcome.
So we are going to, sorry, I forgot the language already. We're going to adjourn the meeting, and that way everything from here on out on the council agenda will be adjourned to, we're going to go with March 2nd, which is next Thursday at 7 p.m. I appreciate everybody's patience in navigating this. I consider myself a baby mayor, and so I should have thought about this a little bit earlier on, and I appreciate you all being patient as we had that conversation earlier. So I just want to make sure that we give this conversation due time. So we'll adjourn the meeting at this point, and then we'll pick it back up again next Thursday at 7 p.m. Okay, am I good? Perfect. All right, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.